listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia was actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick on something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
That you are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her.
We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Hannah's house.
Yes. My mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better.
Hers was
but don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, and passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she spoke into me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother and I don't have a sister, she has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy. 'Cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Well, hello everyone. I love the spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Fia Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel, sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing, you're good." "Should I take you to the doctor?" "No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma," example. "Something is going to happen to my uncle," and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that we should not be even near them. I says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely, and they would definitely give me anything and everything that I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma, I have to just like be depressed, now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life? And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there is possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I will do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English. Nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody, I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, tried to talk or communicate with some officers and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically, I found some hotel and stay there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover, to come out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees, and I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what, Fia, you do have a power. trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie, and I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, that maybe she's gonna get scared a little bit, but I says don't worry about it, just go and get it done. So I did that, and she hugged me so hard, was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand, barely nothing. Swedish language, come on guys, you guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, it's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family, who they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking, because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after, I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go, that's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I left with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I felt like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff. I did this because I felt that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of will. So my will power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I felt, okay, you left your country, the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 employees worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible.
You're watching Focus on South Florida.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist. She's also claims to have psychic abilities that have saved lives, and she's perhaps best known for working with people to help find missing people when more conventional means come up short. I recently sat down with her to talk about how this all began and the advice she has for all of us.
Okay, so what exactly do you do when you work with law enforcement and you work with the families of missing victims or unsolved crimes? What kind of work do you do with them?
Helping them to find some relief, some closure for family members, and also law enforcement to put all the puzzles together to find the real answer for the families.
How did this all come about? I mean, how did you discover this was actually something you were going to pursue, or that you had some sort of intuition to help people with this kind of work?
I was 7.5 when I found about my abilities. Then I started kind of like to feel something is not correct with me or right with me, because I can feel, sense, and connect with people before even I meet them, before I've even been in the place that they are, and I can even predict things 2 weeks before things happened. So basically, to me as a child, it was not really the cool experience, but then after that, after the age of 17, 18, and 19, I thought that's the fantastic things, because now I can feel and sense anything and everything in my way and my family's way to help. I moved from my country to Stockholm, Sweden when I was a teenager, when I was around the age of 16. So basically it was hard. It was not really easy for me, but what I learned, I do have ability. I am here for some very important purpose. I have to help others.
So how did this connection with law enforcement first happen? And aren't law enforcement officers initially skeptical about what kind of science is this? How are we going to solve a crime using
Actually,
someone?
they don't.
No?
CIA use psychics. FBI use psychics. They do not really, that's what we think they are. But you have to be real. You have to have some abilities, and you have to feel and sense and locate people, and actually do have some paranormal to trying to help them to locate people. So basically, when I started, I was at the age of 17. I was back in Stockholm. It was actually a very hot summer, and all of a sudden, I felt that I have some very hot vision in my face. It sounds like someone trying to be killed, or someone already been killed, and it was already recent. I could feel, I could sense the blood and everything. Then I went to the store, and all of a sudden I see that, yes, that was actually some sort of, homicide and other stuff like, all over the place. And I kind of remember that I tried to stop the officer and say, stop, don't go there. At that time, I couldn't speak English, I couldn't speak Swedish, and I don't even know how I could explain myself to that officer and hold him. He tried to push me, he says, no, I have to, just get out, or get me, or just like, please let me. But I do remember, I hold him and says, if you go behind this wall, you will have a shot in your head and die right away. And almost 60 seconds after, they found the guy with the gun behind the wall, and if I did not stop the officer, he would be dead in second. So that was the moment that my career started with law enforcement in Stockholm.
Tell me about this book you're writing with Jack Canfield. We all know him for Chicken Soup for the Soul, and
Yes.
you're working on a project together.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes, the name of the book is Success Strategy. So it's all about success, how to hijack your subconscious mind, how to succeed, and what you can do to achieve better. So basically, when Jack chose me, I was shocked. I was like, wow, it's so fantastic, and I would love to be part of it. I already have a book. I already wrote a book before Jack asked me. It was back 2016, and the name was Recoding Your Brain for the Better Life.
You're also a hypnotist, and
Yes.
you have degrees in psychology. I want to point that out, too.
Yes, thank you so much, yes. But what was a very strong, powerful vision, it come to me at that moment when Jack asked me about it. I feel like I knew it, that I will do something with Jack. And I could see 2 months before that I'm sitting in the same room that the last time me and Jack had a conversation with, and he asked, I would love to co-authoring together with you. I can't forget about that moment. I do remember I had tears in my eyes. I was like, absolutely, I will do my best.
So we have to wrap up quickly, but what are a few tips that anyone can take with them in terms of keeping that negativity that might be around them outside of their
Believe in
internal?
yourself. Be positive. Never live in your past. Past is past. Never live in the future, because future is future. Be in a moment. By being in the moment, you're always happy and connected to yourself. Negative thoughts, negative energies is all it are taught. The way that we are thinking, feeling, and connecting. You can easily remove and reduce them by just change your thought. You can easily hijack your subconscious. Be yourself, hijack your subconscious, be in a moment, let go of your past, and forget about the future.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Johansson, who also goes by the Persian Medium, also works on books, as you heard, guided meditations, and art.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Aussie Goddess. Live from theausiegoddess.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Aussie Goddess
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, it's Yvonne here from the Aussie Goddess. How are you all? First of all, thank you so much for joining me on my channel. I know there's a lot of people coming over for my Facebook page and for my YouTube channel, so welcome to those watching that already know me and already watch my readings. So I do a daily read, a weekly read, and a monthly read on YouTube. I have a Facebook page, and I regularly run sort of things to encourage you all to come over and join the community. So if you're interested in doing that, that is at the Aussie Goddess as well. And I'm also on all social media, so LinkedIn, Twitter, etc., and Instagram. So I thought today we'd start off with a bit of a daily read and see what the daily energies are. I will be taking a couple of callers today, so we'll see what's going on there. I also do personal readings, so I do fairs and also face-to-face readings at home, which are still very pleasurable. I still enjoy meeting you guys face-to-face, so which is really nice. Okay, so let's have a look what's going on in the universe today for you. Okay, so we have the Six of Pentacles coming straight out. I love this card. This is about equal give and take. This is about what you put in, you should get back. Perhaps not in equal measures, but thereabouts anyway. Behind that today, we have the Five of Cups. So maybe some of you have walked away from a situation where you weren't getting this equal give and take. Sometimes, we invest in people who don't, who don't feel that they have to give us something back, even if it's only gratitude. Definitely moving away with the Six of Swords. Lots of lessons learned here. So taking those lessons with you. Behind that, we have the Seven of Swords. So someone actually might have done something to really upset the apple cart here, because I feel you're moving away. Ooh. For some of you, it may have been a situation where perhaps you weren't the only person in the picture. Perhaps they were giving something to someone else here. So it doesn't necessarily have to be romantic, but it could be that someone was putting somebody else in front of you when perhaps they should have been putting you first. So that can be, a family situation, friends, but something in your environment at the moment isn't giving you back what would be nice. We do have the sun coming out here. So we definitely have things turning around for you now that you've made that decision. I often talk about we're not here to sort of be trod on and given a hard time. And we have every right to say to people, no, I don't want to do that. No, it doesn't suit me. No, I don't have the time. No, I don't like you very much. I don't want to hang out with you. We have every right to do that in our lives. And I think we're taught as young children to be polite and put up with things we don't want to put up with. And that's not something you have to do. So learning that in your life, learning to be assertive, learning to be direct, or walk away from people, especially if they're taking advantage of you, which looks like it's happening for some people here. So I'd like to say for a lot of you, this is about you gaining personal strength. I do have a lot of Leo energy here, though, so you could be dealing with a Leo, or you could be a Leo yourself. This is about you understanding your personal power, understanding that you are in a position where you can, move away from the energies that don't serve you. I think that, as I said, for a lot of us, this becomes very challenging, but you're definitely taking a different direction here. For some of you, this could be, it could be moving in a different direction altogether here. So you could be moving away from a work situation where maybe you've been taken advantage of. Somebody may have received a promotion over the top of you. Maybe that's why you're feeling a bit out of sorts. But definitely moving down a different way. But certainly here, look, recognizing your own value, which is absolutely beautiful. So you're really understanding today how to stand up for yourself, how to assert yourself, how not to put up with things that you shouldn't have to, and especially at work, because we do tend to sort of put up with a lot of stuff at work that we don't need to put up with, and sometimes that is difficult. So that's your day today. So please let me know if it resonated with you. I do have an email address. All those things you can find underneath my YouTube channel, should you go and check me out there, or you can go to my webpage at www.theaussiegoddess.com. We have Gabby here in Walnut Springs, Texas, in the USA, ready to have a chat with me. So are you there, Gabby?
Yes, I am.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Just fine. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Might have to speak up just a fraction for me. What can I do for you today?
Okay.
Do you have a question for me?
Yes, my grandpa passed away like in May 3rd, 2018. And I just want to know if you can get to him or anything.
Sorry, did you say that was your grandfather?
Yes.
Your grandfather. You had a very close relationship with him from a very early age, didn't you?
Yes, since I was little, really little.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a real soft spot for you. I can feel that here. He wasn't very well towards the end. And I feel that he passed before his time, like he was still very very engaged with life, really. So I don't think he was ready to leave. Okay, so you spend a lot of time together. Did you actually live with them, or did you live close to them? Because it feels like there was a lot of time spent together.
To him.
You live close to them, yeah. I can.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I live close to them, like 10 minutes away.
Yeah, because there's a lot of, sometimes with grandparents there isn't a lot of contact, and I feel that there was a lot of contact with him there. He absolutely adored you here, Gabby. Okay, so I'm not quite sure. There's a really strong, and I have a feeling we did this once before. I'm seeing, and you have these beautiful red birds in the States, cardinals. So I'm seeing a cardinal. Have you seen a cardinal in the... Yeah, there's. I can see one here. So you may have seen one in the last couple of days that he sent to you.
Yes, my little brother always points to this.
Yeah, he's very strong on those. I can see them, and we don't have them here in Australia. They're such a beautiful bird. But I can see one flying around your home or actually close to your window here. So he is sending you messages. There's also perhaps maybe a door you have in your house that isn't closing properly or closing. It's stiff. And he's showing me the door. So I don't think it's your front door, though. It looks like an internal door here.
Yes, it's my bedroom door.
It's your bedroom door. Does it close really slowly, or is it sort of stiff?
Yeah, it doesn't close all the way.
Ah, rightio. Because he's showing me that door at the moment. So that's your bedroom, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, beautiful. Because these are the messages he's bringing through to you. Because he says you don't always feel him around you. And he's quite emotional speaking too. I can feel my voice cracking up. But he said sometimes he feels that you lose, or you don't believe, or you maybe lose the feeling that he's around you, and he's with you all the time. So please don't think he's not there, and always talk to him when he sends you those signs. Have you got something coming up at the moment in regards to your job, some sort of change or something to do with work?
No. My dad is actually working out of town at the moment.
Okay, because he's talking about there being some changes around the work situation here. So I'm not sure whether that is around you or whether it's around your family, but there seems to be changes around a work situation here. It sort of feels emotional to me, so I'm not quite sure why that is, but please be definitely sort of talking to him, making sure you stay in contact with him and let him know. He's guiding you every day, so he talks to you every day. Have you got a little boy?
I have a nephew that was just born, but me and him are really, really close. I'm actually raising him.
I thought he was your baby. Okay, so he's just talking about that little boy. Okay, he's given me the name Oliver. Does that mean something to you, or am I pronouncing it correctly?
What is it?
Oliver. What's the boy's name?
No. His name is Lane.
No, it's not him then. Okay, so he's talking about a little boy that's close to you here. So this is your nephew, is it?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. And how old is he? Is he only just been born?
He's actually 4. My grandpa actually got to meet him.
Ah, okay, rightio. Well, that makes sense now. So was he born? How long ago? You said your grandfather passed in 2018. There's some sort of connection with this little boy. I'm just trying to work out what the connection is with him. But he is definitely around you, Gabby. So please make sure you speak to him and watch for the signs he sends through.
Okay. Did he say like if he misses us or anything? Like my little brother cries for him daily.
Oh no, he's really emotional when he's speaking. Like his voice is very crackly. So I think he feels like he left the family way too soon, and he loves you. That's why he spends all his time around you.
Okay, yeah, because my little brother, he's 7, and he loves my grandpa. Like that was his best friend, and it's like been so hard for him.
Yeah, does he look at photos? Because I see him looking at photos here, so there's some connection with photos.
Yes, he looks at my grandpa's pictures all the time.
Yeah. So you just have to do the same with him. Make sure he knows that he can speak to him, and he will speak back, but he just has to sort of keep very quiet to listen to his voice, but it will be there. Oh, who's that?
That's my
Gabby. All right, Gabby. Thank you so much for calling through.
Thank you. Like, I really appreciate it.
You're very
Thank you so
welcome.
much.
No worries. Much love.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Have a great day. All righty. So we have Nellie in Orlando, Florida next. Oh, beautiful stuff. So, Nellie?
Yes, hi.
Hi, how are you, Nellie? Oh, you're lovely and clear. That's really good. How are you?
Yes. Okay, I'm just grieving. I had a lot on my plate. My significant other passed away 2 months ago after reuniting after 30 years of friendship. And he was like a best friend of me, and we fell in love, and we never thought we were going to become an item. And basically, yeah. And unfortunately, he passed away 2 months ago. What happened was that, one moment, okay? Okay. Hello, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Yes,
he passed away 2 months ago. And he passed away 2 months ago. He was out with a friend, and somebody he grew up with. He was drinking and everything, and it was crazy because he was Christian, and he never really don't get any hard liquor, and it was his first time drinking. And he wasn't really in the state of mind, and the guy gave him a pill, and it took his heart. And they did an investigation and everything, but they still didn't look at it like the other guy, his friend, tried to kill him. It was more like, voluntarily that he took the pill, and it was very sad because we were very in love, and he was good to me. And my son's father, he's currently, homeless, and he's, we were in a relationship for 7 years, but he put me through the gutter and back. Now he's trying to fix things, and I'm not trying to fix anything with him. And it's crazy because what I find really weird now is one of my old friends from back in high school that I haven't seen over 20 years. And he likes me, and it's kind of weird. It's like deja vu. So I don't know if there's something going to go on between me and him because I've known him.
I think
I've known him for a long time.
He sent someone in for you. That's okay. He knows that you're finding it difficult, so he sends someone in to give you a bit of a distraction.
Oh wow!
This is a hard time for you because I feel that you've got a lot going on in your life at the moment anyway, so the grief has been like additional to that. So I feel like you're going through a very hard time at the moment. He's talking about
very much.
Being kind to yourself. You tend to keep yourself very busy when you're upset rather than, taking time out for you. So you throw yourself into other things here. So be careful because you are sort of a very busy person trying to fit a lot in and you do need the time to grieve. It's still very fresh for you. I can feel that because I feel your tears and I feel the nights are really hard for you. I think it feels to you like you've gone, this is your second time of heartbreak, like you went through this the first time and you've had to go through it all again. So it's been
my mother passed away a year and a half ago, so I have a lot on my plate, and I'm a single parent, and I'm very I feel sad. I don't know if I could give this guy a chance because the guy been single for 4 years. He is very picky, but I don't know if he's going to really like me for me. I mean, we've seen each other, yes, we have talked, but we haven't seen each other for many years, and he's a very sweetheart. And I guess I'm kind of scared, I don't want to get a heartbreak from him, because he hasn't been in a relationship for years. He hasn't found the right person yet, so.
Yeah, and this
girls.
is what you're being asked. I've got your family here with me, and they're saying to you, don't rush anything. Take your time. Be gentle with yourself. You don't have to go fast at this. Make sure that you're taking the time out to do the grieving. Don't jump into something new before you're ready, because they know they can feel that you're lonely and they can feel that you're still doing the grieving. So just take it slowly, move slowly. I do think this person's been brought to you to keep you distracted, but it also means you don't have to rush. You need to do the healing you need to do.
Okay. And do you think this person is going to love me for me, or do you think we're just going to end up just staying friends?
I definitely think there's a chance of having a long-term relationship with this person, but I think that at the moment, because you're so raw, just going slowly at it is best for you. Don't rush it, and don't rush him either, because it takes a little time when you've got lost someone to get to a point where you're ready for another relationship. So if you want something long-lasting and you do want to be with this person, go slow. Take your time, enjoy life. Don't feel like it's rushing past you and that you have to sort of make everything happen in a hurry. So just pace yourself, okay, Nellie, and don't overburden yourself so much. I feel like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders at the moment. So,
oh yeah, like right now I don't even know if I'm going to lose my job because I was supposed to go to work today. And I didn't have the full money for the daycare, and I was told that I'm only late on the late fee. They didn't want to work with me, and then my boss says, well, you got to get here by tomorrow because if not, you're going to lose your job. So I don't know if you see I'm losing. My dad is a military vet. He's not going to save my son because he's, old and grumpy, and he's already raised us all. So I really don't have anybody's trust to take care of my son. So I don't know if I'm going to lose my job within 24 hours. I don't know if I should start looking for a new job or what, because my job is very, they have not been workable with me because my son has medical conditions. I had a lot of medical doctors to go to, but I'm always giving my 100%.
Way overloaded, here. So just look, I think the best thing you can do with your work situation is be open with the communication. But the main thing is you need to take the time out at the moment. Don't rush at anything and don't feel that pressure to get things done. Take time out, do some meditation, have some nice hot baths, and give yourself time to breathe. Make sure you're breathing properly and you're, finding that time for yourself, and the answers will come to you. You have got a lot of family support, people who've passed over. You've got a lot of energy around them with you at the moment. So you're not doing this alone. They're helping you to go through things, but make sure that you are always very open with your communication, that you make sure you tell the people at work what's happening, and if you've got the time to take off work, then take it off at the moment while you really need it. Otherwise, you're going to burn yourself out, honey. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Yeah. And I just wanted to ask one more question.
Sure.
I feel that my significant other crossed over. I had a visitation dream about 2 months ago. I sit over at his house with his mom, and I slept in his room, and the dream was so vivid. And he's like, oh, I'm not going. He was upset. And I have his ashes here at home, but I feel like he crossed over because I don't get any dreams anymore. I don't know if you see him that he's with me. I don't feel him anymore.
He's still around you. He's still around you. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's still very much around you. I can see him stroking your hair as you're talking. So I don't know if he liked to do that when he was here, but I can see him sort of rubbing your head and being very, very gentle with you. But I think he's worried about you too. But no, he's still around you. Sometimes when your mind is busy and you've got so much on your plate, it's very difficult to tune in and make sure that you're still getting the messages through. So, sometimes when you're sitting quietly in the evening, take some nice deep breaths because you'll feel him stroking your hair.
Oh, wow. I never... And that's amazing how you say that, because he used to rub my hair when we used to just have our pet talk in the evening.
I can see him doing that to you. So in the evenings when it's quiet, just take those few minutes, a few deep breaths, and just sit back and feel him because his energy is really, really strong. You still have a very strong connection with him. He's not going anywhere at the moment. He wouldn't leave you while you need his energy around you.
Yeah, because I always told him that I loved him, but he never told me he loved me. He was like, oh, I know you do, baby, but his actions, he was always there for me, and I wanted to marry him, but he never actually told me, he wanted to live with me and be half friends.
Yeah. And he was an actor, like that 5 Languages of Love. If you look up that, he was a person that actually showed you rather than telling you. So I see him doing like lots of things for you to let you know that he loved you. He just wasn't very good with his words.
Yes, that's true. He was an Aries. And it's just amazing because right before he died, we had plans to get him an apartment, but it never happened. And I just don't understand, why the Lord brought somebody to my life, and then he was a good man. Just all of a sudden, it happened so sudden.
And I love that he was very, he either used his hands a lot or he was very explicit when he was talking, like very animated. So he's being very animated here as well. But he is with you, Nellie.
He was
please make sure. Yeah, very much hands-on. But yeah, make sure you're nice and quiet in the evening and just close your eyes, take a few really nice deep breaths, and you'll feel him stroking your hair.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome, Nellie. And don't be so hard on yourself.
I know, that's the problem.
Time for Nellie. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, honey. God bless. Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. Well, that was a beautiful reading. I got all warm and fuzzy from that reading, which was really nice. I just want to give you a reminder that if you want to make contact with me, you can do that through my Facebook page at the Aussie Goddess. If you want to listen to my daily, weekly, monthly readings, please look me up on YouTube at the Aussie Goddess. As I said to you, all my contact details are on my web page at www.theaussiegoddess.com. And if you have any suggestions for something for me to talk about while I'm on the show, I'm more than happy to talk with you about some of those things. I do have a Facebook Live this Sunday from 9 a.m. Australian time, and I tried to draw cards for people who are coming in to watch me. So I generally go for about an hour and a half. I'd go longer. By that time, it's a lot. So, but you can join me up on the Aussie Goddess on Facebook. And as I said, if you're interested in the readings, I do readings for the star signs weekly and monthly, and I do a daily read, a What's Cracking read every day, and a bit of a bonus read because sometimes I do the daily read and it doesn't always resonate with people. So I started doing a second reading to see if I could catch the people that weren't tuning into the first reading. But Spirit has other ideas sometimes, and the readings will both come out the same, which blows me out, even though I use a different deck. So I do mediumship readings as well. I do speak to people who've passed over. So if it's a mediumship reading you're after, I do those as well. So For people in the Sydney area, I do them obviously face-to-face where I can. At the beginning of my show, if you're in Australia, I sort of talk about where I'm going to be at fairs over the next month. So if you're interested in catching up with me at a fair, I do work full-time as well. So I do work for the government, and I can't tell you. I love the job I do. I work in disabilities, so I'm a light worker as well. So busy life here, along with a great big family. So please remember to love every time like it's your first time. Be kind to yourself, people. You only get the chance to do this once. Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't get things right. We're allowed to go through life and bumble, make mistakes, and find our way. So love yourself the best way you can. Remember, self-love is so important. To give yourself time out, have those baths, go for a walk, whatever it is for you, and spend your time with family if that's your thing. Not everybody has, a fabulous family, so sometimes they can be a little bit challenging too, and that's okay too. Sometimes we just have to sort of bungle our way through life and just make those decisions about, not putting up with things that we don't have to put up with. So anyway, so I'll see you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. If you're a Batman fan, a Big Bang Theory fan. And I'll see you next week at the same time. Much love. Mwah.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. A very, very warm welcome to all of you who are listening. Now, I think what's sort of so sad at the moment, obviously, is that we've got this horrendous illness that is spreading around the globe. I'm in the UK, and we're now officially sort of on a sort of a bit of a lockdown. We're allowed to go out to the supermarket, or we're allowed to go and go to a chemist, and and that's it. Oh, and if we're supposed to help somebody else, we're allowed to be in those and anything else. Oh, and we're allowed to walk to a park on our own, and be 6 feet away from anyone else. So yes, it's we're isolating, and a friend of mine calls it socially isolating because we chat on the video calls and things like that. But I think the most important thing is that we all keep safe and that we all have access to food and things like that, which I pray regularly that we can do. I also, as a healer, I look to help people with healing wherever I can. And if anybody needs to be placed on my healing list, do contact either through the radio show or through my Facebook page, or which is Gail Moffat, and just ask for the healing, because I am sending out healing to all the people that are victims of the coronavirus, and I think that's quite important. And we must remember, though, that first and foremost we need to stay safe and sort of isolate as much as we can. And I think it's sort of quite sort of funny how how much far away we have to be from each other, the 6 feet. So that's sort of quite interesting, isn't it? Should we go out with the tape measure? But I just think it's sort of, imagine it's a tall man, and then that's the distance that you need to be apart from each other. And if you're any closer, then it's not so good. Now, before I sort of always start, I always like to do sort of, a little bit of a sort of spiritual little talk, and I sort of touched on the idea of healing, so I touched on the idea of healing, and I wanted to sort of say how healing for all of us, that work on this radio, the psychics and the mediums, and those people that are out in the world that are mediums and psychics, we all need to sort of be, together. We need to be sort of sending out healing to as many people as we can, and use the spiritual energy that we have. I think that is so important that we do that, and to sort of mainly help as many people as we can. Because I was thinking, it's not just the people that it's hard enough, isolating, and I live on my own, so I'm on my own isolating, which is really strange because I'm always sort of out and about and meeting up with people and doing things. So it's it's an unusual concept for me, and I think that but there are people, what brought when my thoughts came to those people that perhaps are used to going to, say, AA meetings or NA meetings and are unable to access them because of the group meetings that sort of supporting them in their addictions. And I'm sort of thinking about those people that are perhaps struggling with domestic violence, and then they're forced into a situation to be living alongside the person that is very much the person that is causing the violence within their relationship, and those places that house people to protect them, they probably have sort of, I'm assuming that they've perhaps closed their doors on the people. So it's those vulnerable people that I sort of really have compassion about. I also have heard about where people in this country, where people have had operations cancelled because they haven't got the facilities to deal with, other operations. So perhaps these are operations that are, serious, or perhaps, I don't know the details of them. But what I do know is that operations are being cancelled. And I think that's, that's something that's quite sad, because somebody that may be frustratingly waiting for that operation, and then the time comes and it's being cancelled. I know in the UK there's a huge burden on the National Health Service, which is we have a social health care system, and I know that there is the beginnings of a big burden, and there is a great deal of concern, and that's why we've been put on this lockdown, so that we can sort of ease the burden from the NHS as much as possible. And I think, what I was thinking of is, whilst we're isolated, what's really important is to think about what we can do with our time. And I think that, one of the things that I'm doing is I sit in that space, in that power, connected to spirit. And for those people that are mediums and psychics, they can perhaps do that as well. And I also think that, sort of, enhance our spiritual work. And I know that lots of people I've seen on Facebook are doing sort of, free readings and things like that. And I know that you can, access free readings through A1R Psychic Radio, which is fantastic, because they have some amazing, readers that work on here. And I think sort of, one of the things that I'm doing is I'm trying to read the Bible, and, because we have the time that we wouldn't normally have. And isn't that interesting? It's like, we live in this fast-paced life, and we're on the go and have to get up early, go out to work, come back, collect the kids, feed the dogs, and all whatever we have to do. And we're running around, and we never have time just contemplate and I know it's often talked about in this country that the best mediums that existed were around the turn of the century, because they didn't have television or computers or telephones. And what they do is they clear the dinner table, and then they'd sit for spirit. And so they had that experience, night after night. And we, in our fast-paced world, we seem to not have that time. And I think that this time is just sort of so, in a weird way, it would be nice to sort of, get back to sort of that sitting for spirit and speaking to spirit. And so I hope that helps. Now, I know that we have some callers waiting. I believe I have Carol in Vancouver, Washington. Are you there, Carol?
I am.
Hello, and how are you this evening? Or this afternoon in Vancouver, isn't it?
Yeah, it's noon. Yeah, okay.
I'm having a little bit of trouble in hearing you. But what I would, I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can look at aspects of your life. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
A loved one.
Okay, and who is that in particular? Because we've only got a few minutes to work.
My grandson.
Your grandfather.
My grandson.
Oh, your grandson. Sorry, grandson.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. I've got a young person that's coming forward, but I'm also getting this person is coming with an older lady that's in spirit, and I feel that this older lady is supporting and helping him in this communication, because I feel that he's a little bit apprehensive or a little bit nervous about doing this, and I'm being told that she is the one that's helping him, and I feel that this is either I feel it feels like either a great grandmother or would I be right in saying that your mother is in spirit?
My mom.
Yeah.
Her name is Dolores.
And is she in spirit?
She is, yes.
Yes, because I feel very strongly that he your grandson has come in with your mother, and they've come in together, and she's supporting him. And what I'm being told is that he's quite emotional with this experience. I feel that he's showing me his emotions, and I get the feeling very strongly that he is almost like he's got a lot to sort of explain, or a lot to answer for, or a lot. There's an embarrassment of what has gone on and what's happened. Would that make sense to you?
It does, yes.
And he's trying to sort of apologize to you for not being there for you or supporting you in your life at the latter end of his life, because he makes me feel like he was engaged in sort of like another world, another aspect of his life, and he's also because he makes me feel like you had two grandsons. You had the younger version and then the older version. And the older version wasn't necessarily the pleasant version. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And he's apologizing to you for not being almost like, because he says that throughout his life, you showed him so much love and so much support. And he's making me feel like he took advantage of you, or took advantage of your good nature. And he's saying to me that he's really, really apologetic for being that person and doing that. And he's ashamed, he's embarrassed of what he became and who the person he became. And he's also sort of holding his hands up, and he says that, I am responsible for my, almost like it's my own fault that I've passed to spirit. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
And he feels like, he's saying to me, I feel like a fool and an idiot that I sort of almost like went into this way of life and this way of being, and I did, and he's saying I didn't consider anyone else. I didn't think about other people's needs. It's like I became this selfish person, and it was all about me. He's saying it's all about me, and he's apologizing to you for again for not being there in your life and not supporting you. He's saying to me that there was a conversation that you had where you were pleading with him to sort of, to sort of almost like trying to get him to sort of see sense and sort of to trying to help him. And he didn't take any notice. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And he says that, since he's been in spirit, your words have been ringing around in his mind, sort of that he just says he wishes so much that he listened to your words and almost like took up your advice and took up your help and support. And he says that you tried so hard to get him on the straight and narrow, and he just didn't listen. And he feels like, what an utter fool I was, how silly I was, he's saying to me. But he's also saying to me that this doesn't mean that because of my actions, it doesn't mean that now that I'm in spirit and now that I'm here, this doesn't mean that I don't have love for you. And I realize everything that you've done for me, and realize how you've supported me, and realize that you were almost like the best grandmother that I could have had. And he's so apologetic and sorry for what he's done. And he's just saying, I love you. Did he call you Nan?
Oh, he was my son.
But did he call you Nan? To grandma or granny or
grandma?
He called you grandma. Okay, because I thought
he calls me.
Okay, I can hardly hear you, but so I'll just carry on. But I just get that feeling that he's just very, very apologetic, and he really wants to make that so clear to you that he wants to thank you for everything that you've done for him, and saying you're the best grandmother in the world, and he just wants to say he loves you, and he's also thanking you for taking the plunge to connect in this way, because he makes me feel like you were hesitant or nervous about doing this, and he's thanking you for coming forward and communicating through this way, and he just keeps on saying, I love you, I love you.
Can you tell him I love him?
Yeah, he can hear you. He can hear you. And he says that he will never forget what you've done for him in his life. Never, ever. So thank you very much, Carol, for calling in. I hope that helps. If you need to speak to me further, find me on Facebook. My name is Gail Moffat. Right, I believe we have Shauna in Bristol, in the UK. Yeah. Shauna, is that correct? Marvellous. Yeah, I've got the right pronunciation. It's always a worry, isn't it, that I call somebody something else. Now, I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in spirit, or I can help give some guidance from my guides. Is there a particular area where you'd like me to focus?
The first one.
I can just hardly hear you.
The spirit one?
The spirit one, hello. Okay. And who would you like me to connect to?
Nan, please.
Your mum, okay.
No, my nan. Nan?
Your nan, did you say nan?
My nan, yeah, nan.
Okay, nan, right. Okay, I've suddenly got a song that has come into my mind, and sometimes spirit use songs with me, and I've got a feeling they did this same song with somebody else, and that's really weird that's happened. But I'm getting this song, and it's coming through quite clearly with me, and it's. Do you know the song? It's "You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine."
Yeah, I know that song. Yeah.
Because I'm getting that song, and I know that song. I feel like the lyrics are relevant to you, and I feel like I'm getting that from spirit, and I feel that I'm hearing "You Are My Clever Girl," and I feel that your grandmother was very like almost like proud of you for your achievements, because she's making me feel as though you achieved so much more than, say, other people, you know, in your family, and she's, so I feel like she really is sort of, you know, proud of your achievements. And she's also showing me some flowers, and I feel like you organized some specific flowers for her at the funeral, and I feel like they may have had sort of writing on them, maybe sort of like Nan. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, yeah.
And they look like they're white flowers as well.
White flowers,
I feel like,
yeah, they were white.
Yeah, and they look like they're carnations as well.
Carnations,
I feel like they may
yeah.
have had... Right, okay. You know, I might be able to do this, Shauna. I know that she's really touched by the flowers, because on it, next to it, I feel like there was some writing or a card or something, and in the card it's I feel like you wrote like, you're the best Nan ever, you're like that, like I couldn't have done, you know, life without you, and thanking her for being in your life. And I feel, does that make sense to you when I say that?
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
And she's saying to me that she's she makes me feel like she's so proud of you, and it's almost like she's putting a pen in my hand, and I know that this pen is to sort of almost like write. Now, sometimes Spirit give me the pen, and then we use the computer. So you know, bear with me. We're talking on an old-fashioned way, but it could be that on the computer. And she's making me feel like you are in the process of either writing letters or writing writing to people. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And she says that I feel like this is all about you know, your sort of next stage in your life. It feels like you're looking for looking to be accepted. I feel like you're looking to be accepted into an environment, and I don't know which environment, whether that's a sort of like an academic institute, or whether that's a you know, work institute, or I'm not sure which one it is, but I just get that feeling of wanting to be accepted into an environment, which will, and this, if you get accepted into this environment, it will leapfrog you into almost like a better place in your life. It will, and your Nan is, I'm getting this all from your Nan. She's saying to me how, like, she's so proud of you, and she says that she was, she says that you put in the hours, and you put in the hard work, and you worked so hard, and she says that she wishes that other people in your family would have taken a leaf out of your book, because she says that you are like a shining light to everyone, to show people what you can achieve.
Can you ask her to see that I'm very helpful to people?
Can I ask her, sorry?
If she can see that I'm helpful, like, to the rest of the family.
If she can see that you help the rest of the family?
Yeah, I want to know if she knows that I help the rest of the family, like, when they need something done.
Right. She's, in answer to that, she's telling me that you're very clever, and because of how clever you are, you use your mind in a really positive way. And she's saying to me that you have, she makes me feel like you're charitable in your family, and she makes me feel like that she's drawing my attention. Do you have a brother in your family?
Yeah, I have 3 brothers. Yeah, but
okay, because
yeah,
I'm drawn to a male in your family,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm drawn to your brothers, and she makes me feel like you have certainly one of them you've had to sort of take on a lot of responsibility to support one of the brothers. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And I'm also being drawn to the fact that she's just saying how proud she is of you for doing that, and she's saying to me that also I feel that there is some relatives that are outside of your nuclear family that have tried to support you because they have sort of felt that you needed support because it's almost like you're burdening or shouldering a lot of things in your life. Does that make sense to you? Okay, I can't hear Shona, but what I will say is that so I'm just going to finish my words with Shona. She is somebody that is certainly helping her brothers, and she's also helping many people in her family. But I feel like aunts or uncles are sort of helping her, which is a really good thing. So I want to thank you, Shona, if you're listening to this later, for calling in, and just want you to know that your grandmother is so proud of you for everything that you've done and achieved. It's like you are a shining light in the family. She makes that very, very clear. So thank you for calling in. So now. But those people that are still listening to the show, I just want to say, be safe and wash your hands, stay 6 feet away, listen to the advice, and stay in as much as possible so that we can combat this and get through this and come out the other side. And lots of spiritual love. And don't forget, anybody that needs healing, contact me, and I'll put you on my healing list. So thank you for everything. Goodbye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. I am your host, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. So I hope everyone's okay. I hope everyone's doing as well as they can with everything that's going on in the world, all the craziness, and I hope that everybody is keeping well and keeping safe and just looking after yourself, really. So just before we came live today on the show, I have pulled some cards for the end of the show, for the little messages for you. I do this every week on my show. So the cards I am using today are the Magical Mermaids and Dolphins cards. So I have pulled you... I've pulled 3 cards for everybody, and what I want you to do right now is just go with the number you're drawn with, number 1, number 2, or number 3, and that will be the message for you. That will be the message that connects to your soul, and I will read those messages for you at the end of the show. So normally now I would do our weekly guidance card, but I'm going to do things a little bit different this week. I'm going to do a little new moon reading for everybody because today is new moon in Aries. So happy new moon, everyone. And this new moon is very special. It really does mark the new cycle starting. This new moon comes days after the equinox, which really opened that gateway to new beginnings. So this new moon in Aries is bringing transformation. It's bringing that longed for change that we've all been waiting for. It's bringing your new beginnings, your new cycle, the new energy flowing in. It's about transformation and rebirth. So this is a very special new moon. This is a very powerful new moon for manifesting. The Aries new moon is always great for manifesting, so make sure you do your wish list, everybody. New moon is perfect for planting the seeds and writing your wishes. So get a piece of paper, write everything that you wish to bring into your life, and do include world peace at the moment. You know, we all know the world needs that, so healing for the world and world peace, include that into your new moon wishes, and this is going to be the most beautiful energy for your manifestations to flow in. This really does mark a new cycle. So I pulled some cards and I am going to read through them for everybody. So I pulled some cards from the Moonology Oracle deck. And we will read through these cards. So the first card that we get for everybody is bring love into the situation. So this is really apt right now with what's going on in the world with the coronavirus. So we need to be bringing love to this situation. As light workers, we can really help heal the world on a very high level. So, you know, make sure you're coming from a space of love and not a space of fear. Right now, there is fear energy everywhere in the world. We've only got to look at the news and social media, and it's crazy. There's fear energy everywhere. So come from that space of love. Every time you feel that fear rise up within you, just come from that space of love. Send love and healing to the world, and that's going to help us all in a big way. Try and stay away from the news at the moment. It really. Don't try and have it on all day long, because it really is going to affect your vibration. It's going to pull you into that fear space quite easily. Our next card that we get is, what do you need to release? So again, this is very apt for this new moon in Aries, because we actually can release in a powerful way. Usually releasing is for a full moon, but in actual fact, we are tying up Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde ends on the 29th of this month. So we are tying up loose ends. So we get the chance to really release what it is that we're not taking forward. So you may have some stuff show up right now, and that will be stuff that you haven't tied up in Mercury retrograde. So you can use this new moon to release and let go. It can be one of your wishes to release all attachments and move forward. You know, as we keep saying on my shows weekly, we don't want to be taking the old, outdated patterns with us going forward. We want that fresh, clear energy going forward. The next card that we get is the end of a tough cycle approaches, and this is perfect for us. This new moon is all about endings. This is the new beginning. So we are ending. We are putting to bed all of these past patterns that don't serve us. We're putting to bed the challenges. We're not taking them forward. So know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. This new moon really does bring the light and the new beginnings and the transformation that you've been asking for. Our next card is conclusions are within reach. So your manifestations are about to show up. You know, this is when the energy lightens up. This is when the energy gets so much better. We've been talking about this a lot. We've been building to the end of March, and now we're coming to that space where you're going to see a turnaround, a breakthrough. You're going to start to see things working out for you really, really easily. And that's because you've worked so hard on your inner self throughout Mercury retrograde and all the ascension waves that we've been experiencing, which has been many indeed. So well done. You know, you've really got yourself in a really good position. Our next card for our little reading is Show the World the Real You. This is definitely stepping up into your light self, you know, showing the world who you are, spreading the love, spreading the positivity, spreading the joy to the world. It's very much needed right now. And, you know, the world needs your healing. The world needs your healing energy. So, you know, just spread that positivity everywhere. It's going to cancel out that fear energy. And so many people are really, really, feeling anxious and feeling fearful. So, you know, spread that light to the world and, you know, on your social media, just spread the positive messages. The world needs them so much. This is what you're here for. This is our time. This is your mission. This is the time for us to just spread our light and our love everywhere. Our next card for new moon is work through your fears. So again, you know, lots of fear energy around. Come from that space of love. If you are feeling that the fear is overtaking you a little bit, then take some time to breathe it out. You know, you breathe in positivity and breathe out that fear and negativity. Breathe in love and breathe out fear. That works really, really well. It only takes a couple of minutes. So work through that fear. Don't, you know, acknowledge that fear, and then you can, you know, work on releasing that fear, because fear energy at the moment will manifest more fear energy into your life, because this is a very, powerful time for instant manifestation. So we really do need to work through these fears. So remember, breathe in love and breathe out fear. Breathe in positivity and breathe out negativity. It's so, so powerful. It's such a simple technique, but it really, really works on a very high level. Our next card is take time to breathe it out. So there you go. There's your reminder. There's your clarity. Definitely breathe it out. Whatever is going on around you at the moment, you can breathe it out. It's a powerful exercise that works so well. Take time for meditation as well. Lots of deep breaths in meditation. Meditation is going to help you no end now. So, you know, we all need to be making that time to meditate daily. If you can meditate daily right now, it's going to make a huge, huge difference in your life with all of this energy that's around us right now. You know, Mother Earth is healing and we are healing too. Mother Earth is transforming and so are we. So we need to be going within a lot at the moment. So meditation is going to help you so much going forward. And our last card for our little moon reading is Believe in the Impossible. Now, I love this card. This is anything is possible. And, you know, this is the energy we're under. Obviously, when we step away from everything that's going on right now, we actually have beautiful, beautiful energy around with this new moon and the equinox energy still present. This is time to believe that anything is possible, because it really is. You can change anything at the moment. Remember how powerful you are. You are in a very, very powerful position. You have received so many downloads, upgrades, and new light codes throughout the whole ascension waves we've just been experiencing. So believe in that impossible. It's going to make a difference. It's going to make a difference in your life. Literally at the moment, what you believe will manifest. So just be mindful where your thoughts are going. But we have the great energy, everyone. We have the lighter energy. So it's, you know, it's all looking good, even though I know when we're looking, you know, on social media, it's all looking a bit chaotic. But, you know, from chaos comes beautiful things. So keep that belief in your heart and that love in your heart, and everything is going to be okay. Angel presence is so strong. So just keep asking the angels if you need anything, whether that's reassurance, love, you know, anything at all. The angels are there for your needs. So I think we're going to go to a caller now. I think we have Kelly from Glasgow on the line. Let's see if Kelly's there. Are you there, Kelly? Yeah. Hiya, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
How are you doing? Are you okay? Are you self-isolating at the moment, Kelly?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
everybody is
oh, sorry, what was that, Kelly?
I think everybody is.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to do it, don't we? You know, chaos everywhere. Everybody needs to listen, don't they? So that we can just, you know, get this gone fast. So, yeah, hopefully everybody will start listening a little bit more. So how can I help you today, Kelly?
I was hoping to get a medium reading if it was possible.
Okay, well, I'm not a medium. Sometimes spirits come through, but I more work with the angelic realm, so a guidance for your life at the moment. So sometimes the spirits will come through, but I can't guarantee that. You would need to go to a medium to have that, you know, that connection. Would you like me to just do a general reading for you and we'll see what comes up?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do a general reading for you and we'll see where you're at, Kelly. So I'm going to ask the angels to pull the right cards out. And let's see what you need to know. Okay, Kelly, first of all, I get the cycles card for you from the unicorn deck. So this is telling me that you are starting a new cycle. This is time for new beginnings for you, which is very much needed. I feel like things have been a little bit up and down for you. Would that be right, Kelly?
Yep.
I'm feeling a little bit of energy where you've been through something. I feel there's been an upset around you. I feel that you are in a healing phase. Would that make sense to you, Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're coming out of this cycle. Have you lost someone, Kelly? Is that why you wanted a medium reading?
Well, what about a year now?
Sorry, what was that?
It's been about a year.
Yeah, I can feel your pain. I'm picking up on that pain. So you've been in a cycle of grief. You've been in a healing time, and this card is telling me that this is time that you're moving away from this. You're moving out of this cycle. I'm picking up I'm picking up a female energy around you. Would it be a female that you lost?
Yep.
Is it a mom or would it be your mom?
No, my aunt and my friends.
Okay, because I'm just feeling this mothering, nurturing energy. So this female energy is around you strongly. I can pick up your pain from the grief. You've had a tough time. I feel that it's really knocked you, which obviously, you know, that happens when we lose people we love. But this card is telling me that you are coming out of this cycle. You're actually in a very powerful healing time, Kelly, and you are moving forward from this. So this energy of love is all around you, very strong. Know that when we lose somebody, they are supported in this time. But I feel like this time, this is your ending, ready for your new beginning. So I feel like this is your healing time, and you're going to start to move away from this, because I feel like for quite a while, this has really affected your energy on a very deep level, which when we lose anyone, it does. And I totally understand that, Kelly. I've lost both my parents. I know how it feels to, you know, feel lost and grieving, but the support is there for you. I feel like she's sending you signs a lot, especially feathers. Feathers are coming up, but also flickering lights, Kelly. Watch out for the flickering lights, because she's saying that's what she's doing to show you. She's showing you her presence through a flickering light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, so the flickering lights is where her presence comes in strongly. So that's a real sign for you. You get the hope card. So the hope card is telling you everything's going to be all right, Kelly. You're coming into a new cycle, new energy, new beginnings. Everything's going to be okay. So stay positive. It's all going to work out for you. That comes alongside the passion card. So this is a passion coming back into your life, Kelly, feeling that fire in your tummy once more about life. This is feeling good and feeling more connected, because I feel like for quite a while you felt quite disconnected and a little bit lost. Would that be right? Is that how you've been feeling? Would you say that you've been feeling a little bit disconnected? Oh, I think we've lost her for a moment, but we'll get her back. Let me just have a bit of water while we wait for Kelly to come back. Let's try and get her back. We lost connection there for a moment, but we'll get her back on the line. Finish her reading. Are you back, Kelly?
Hiya. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, it's okay. I think we just lost connection for a moment. So I was saying to you, have you felt like you've been a little bit disconnected recently?
A wee bit what, sorry?
A bit disconnected, feeling just a bit lost, out of sorts.
Aye.
Yeah, so the passion is coming back for life. This connection is coming back. I will say that you have got some lovely things coming, Kelly. You've got a lot to look forward to. You are very, very protected. You are looked after, and you are guided right now. So it's your new beginning. So anything that you've been wishing to start or manifest in your life is going to happen really, really easily. So when we lose people we love, it's very hard, but what we need to realize is their energy is around us, and in actual fact they're going to help us manifest all of our dreams. That love remains, Kelly. So just every time you feel a little bit overwhelmed or you feel, you know, sad, just remember that, you know, that love remains, that, you know, they're not gone. They are now an energy and they are around us all the time. So if you want to see her, feel her, then just ask her to show you the signs and, you know, be open to seeing them, and you're going to start to see lots of signs. I'm being told she's going to give you a feather tomorrow. So, you know, maybe if you step out into your garden, you're going to see a white feather and know that that's from her. But it's definitely the flickering lights is her sign very strongly. So watch out for that, Kelly. But she's around you all the time and you're moving forward now. It's your time of a transformation, Kelly. So I hope that's helped you.
Brilliant, thank you, fantastic.
and you look after yourself now. You know, it just know that she's around you. You know, you can move on now, and you're moving on to happier times, and you're moving on, you know, with her energy around you, which is so special. You know, my mum and dad are always around me and their energy. And when we know that, we can connect on a deeper level. So you're going to be fine. Everything's going to be absolutely fine, Kelly.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Okay, you take care now.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so, you know, this is really nice. Kelly's reading is really nice for everybody, you know, for Kelly to hear that she's got her new beginnings and she's going to be moving forward. And this really is where we're at right now. So I wanted to talk about isolation at the moment. You know, obviously we're self-isolating worldwide at the moment, which really is important. We really need to be doing. And I wanted to kind of say, try and embrace this moment. Try and embrace the time to recharge, to reboot your energy and to relax. We've had some very, very heavy energy since January started. And we also had heavy energy throughout 2019 because we were evolving to a big level, ready for this new age year. It's the new age of Aquarian year 2020. So we got some big things coming up. So we need to embrace it at the moment. We need to embrace the time to rest, to recharge, and just to rejuvenate our energy, reconnect with our inner being and disconnect from the world. So rather than seeing it as a pain, try and embrace it and see it as a gift. It is actually a gift for us all at the moment, that we can all just pull back a little bit and recharge ourselves. And, you know, time for meditation, time for nurturing ourselves, time for tranquility, time to meditate, time to read that book that we've always been wanting to read, time to catch up on our favourite films and favourite shows on TV, time to spend with family if you're isolating with family. If you're isolating by yourself, then, you know, time to just go within and, you know, recharge yourself. As I say, meditation, I cannot stress enough at the moment, try and meditate once a day at least. It's going to help you so, so much. Laugh, dance, sing. You know, music really raises your vibration, connects you to the angelic realm on a high level. So put on your favourite songs, sing, dance, get your vibration raised. Spend time in your garden if possible, you know, getting that fresh air, grounding and balancing your energy. You know, bare feet into the soil is so great for raising the vibration and raising your energy. So I just wanted to say that at the moment. I know it's difficult times for us all. If we can realize that fear is an illusion, step away from the fear, step into a place of love and just, you know, embrace what's happening at the moment. We can't change it. You know, things happen for a reason. So just embrace it, embrace the isolation time, make the best of it and, you know, actually nurture yourself and nurture your needs for once. I'm sure we could all do with a bit of that. So just enjoy yourselves, you know, make the most of this quiet time, because when this is over, you know, we're going to be very, very busy once more. So embrace the quietness. And I just want to say to everybody who is, you know, on the front line and still continuing to work, just thank you. Thank you so much. You know, we really do appreciate everything that you're doing for us. You know, you're making such a big difference to us, and, you know, you're in our prayers to keep you safe and keep you well and keep you healthy. But, you know, just thank you. Thank you for doing that for us. Thank you for still going out to work. Oh, sorry. I've got a cough. Right, let's do the cards for everybody that chose number 1, number 2 or number 3 before we finish the show. So for everybody who chose a number 1 as their card, your card is stay optimistic. And this is really important right now. This is your dreams are coming true. Don't quit before the miracle occurs. So this is, you've got wonderful energy around you. Stay optimistic. Don't lose the faith when you're so close to receiving. This is high manifestation around you. And the more positive you are right now, the faster that you speed the process up. So get ready to receive. You're going to be receiving on a big level, everyone who chose number 1. For anybody who chose number 2, your message this week is breaking free. And this is try different ventures and experiences as a way to learn and grow. So you are learning, growing, evolving at a rapid rate. I feel like this is a huge time of transformation for you. You are breaking free. You are rising. You're rising. Your vibration is lifting higher and higher. So this is a time for you when everything just, feels really good. Take those leaps of faith, break free. Try the different experiences, go with your heart, go with your intuition right now. You're in a lovely energy period, you really are. And for anyone who chose number 3, your card is blessed change. And this says a major life change brings great blessings. So you, again, are having a huge transformation. You are evolving to, a higher level. You have got a major life change. You've got lots of blessings around you, and you have got some beautiful transformation coming in. So you, again, are in beautiful energy, and this really ties in lovely with the new moon being here for us. So lots of blessings around you. So get ready to see the light shining in on you and everything changing. So those prayers that you've been asking for, get ready to see them answered. So they are great cards for everyone. And we really do have the good energy. So, choose to focus on that. Choose to step away from everything that, is around the media at the moment, and just choose to focus on your light, your inner power. You are a light being, and choose to put your focus there. Choose to put your focus on your light and your love. Come from your heart space. It's going to make a big difference. If you're feeling anxious or anything like that, then just do meditation. It will help you so much. So I hope everybody has a really magical week. Thank you for being here with me once again. I am on the same time every Tuesday, my radio show, and you can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush. You can find me on Instagram, on Twitter, and come and join my pages. We'd love to have you there, and take care of yourself. Everybody stay safe, but more than anything, stay positive. That is your power space. Stay positive. If you get negativity come in, breathe it out. We don't want that. So I'm sending you all so much love and light. Take care, everybody.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. And I am here on the A1R Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So we've been going through a lot of changes, haven't we? Our outer world is shifting, and a lot of people are very sure of what their own life is going to look like after this all unfolds. And I've talked to a lot of people. A lot of my clients are experiencing anxiety and stress around this time. There are people who are wondering about their plans and what they were going to do later this year or even next week. There are people who are sensing the emotions of fear because they're very open psychically. They're empathic. They feel it in their solar plexus. They feel their stomach flipping around, or they feel nervousness and butterflies, and they're not sure what's going on. And I will have to tell you, I sensed a lot of this energy leading up to this whole event unfolding, and I did feel a lot of fear, and I ground and cleanse and protect every single day, and so the strength of that uncertainty was very strong and powerful to my psychic senses. So I'm sure you all are feeling it too on some level. It's really important right now to stay in trust that everything is working out for your highest good. I did want to let you know that because of all of this happening and in response to many changes, I've noticed a lot of people need more healing, more relief from anxiety and stress. And I am going to offer to you my group page on Facebook. I would like you to join it. It's called Reiki Live. It's spelled R-E-I-K-I and then the word live with an exclamation point. Now, Reiki Live is a group page of those who are interested in free Reiki sessions, which I give to large groups. Also, I'm doing free readings and insights and guidance as well. And so if you'd like to be part of that, find my Facebook group page, Reiki Live, and ask to join. It is a public group. You're welcome to invite your friends. Some of the people who have been joining me on my free Reiki healing sessions tell me that they emerge from that session with a sense of peace and well-being. Some people have visions of colors as they do it. Some people notice the presence of their spirit guides step in during the session. And some people even tell me they notice sensations like vibrations and tingling in their energetic body during these sessions that I give for free. And it's called Reiki Live on my Facebook group page. So I hope to see you there. Everything I'm giving completely out of love because I want to help people get through this time of transition. So I did want to read one thing to you that I posted on my Facebook page, and it's really about what we're going through right now, and it's very short, but I just want to read it to you. So since I've had so many questions from people reaching out to me about what's going on, I'm worried, and I want to tell you something that happened to me. So I've been very tuned into my perception of the world. And I know, for me, that everything happens for my good and in my favor. I believe this without question. This is absolutely true for me. So this crisis that they're calling it, crisis, is just how people describe this change. It's only a crisis if you make it a crisis. This is a transformation for all of us. Today, while I was walking my dog, contemplating the actions of man, this division, this fearful energy that was generated prior to this unfolding, and now the fear energy that is being assigned to this event, my guides gave me a message about this, about all the fear and everything that's going on right now. And my guides talk to me all the time, especially when I'm outside in nature, because I'm very open and relaxed. My aura is open and I just receive information. I heard the call of a bird, and it was an unusual call because I'm very familiar with birds and the calls and what birds are in my area, and I didn't recognize it. And I looked up and I saw a very unusual bird flying overhead, and he flew out this way and I couldn't quite see him, and then he came back around as to pass me by, and I got a really good clear idea of what kind of bird it was, and my heart jumped in a good way because this was a kingfisher, and a kingfisher is a kind of bird that is a long-held sign of prosperity and good luck and beautiful days. The kingfisher goes back thousands of years. It goes back to Greek myths, and it goes back to a time when people looked at nature for signs. And when you see a kingfisher, that means there's going to be peace and prosperity coming into your world. My message from my guides was to worry not, fear not. It's good. We're going to be fine. No fear, peace only. So we are entering a brand new energy, and it's expanding and stretching us into a new pattern. You may have felt this. You may have felt out of whack, like something doesn't fit right. This is what's happening. This is a change in the system. This set of rules we have that we look at as people for structure, like the outer world. Everything we have in place in the outer world, we've grown up knowing how to deal with that. And things are changing now, but it's okay. We can choose to believe in the structure of man or in our holy connection to our own sovereignty. We are always connected to all that is, to the universe, to God, always connected, never separate. Now is the time to really double down on your beliefs. Discard what does not serve you and any fearful thoughts. Write your rules. And you're at home right now. Write your rules for yourself, your beliefs. What's going to be true for you? Are you going to buy into fear? Or are you going to buy and accept, trust, and love, and the support of the Almighty? Move into trust that all is well. Anything else is a lie. Sending you all the peace, love, and light. We are going to get through this together. So I really want to extend to you my Facebook group page, Reiki Live. Please join me there so I can help you get through this time if you're feeling anxious, upset, worried, not knowing how things are going to work out for you. I can help you. I can help you with the guidance and the healing of love. I'd like for you right now to experience a little bit of that. And I'm just going to do a really, really brief session. I will be taking a caller. But for right now, I want you to close your eyes and take a deep breath in and release it. Take another deep breath in and release it. And I want you to bring the energy in your body and raise it up towards the sky. And keep breathing. I want you to take your energy in your body and expand it outward and keep breathing. As you breathe, I want you to feel a peacefulness and light expand throughout your being. Keep breathing. All is well. You may notice a golden light above your head. This golden light is warm and full of healing and transformation. I want you to receive the golden light and feel it and notice it as it moves into your head and into your throat and down your body. As it does, this light releases all restrictions and expands your energetic field to receive more healing and love and centeredness. This light flows now down into your spine and into your hips and your legs. It flows down through your knees, into your ankles, and through the bottoms of your feet. This golden light flows now into the earth through all its layers and core and connects you and roots you, grounds you in the stability of Mother Earth. And as you breathe in, as you breathe out, you feel your light expanding and relaxing, and you're able to receive all the love, all the light, all the tranquility. As you relax and breathe in, I want you to notice a presence right in front of you. This is the presence of your higher self. You may notice it right in your forehead area. You are never alone. You are always protected. Now as you breathe in, I want you to intend and feel the energy in your body begin to come back. Start feeling it in your fingers and your toes. And relax. And breathe in to the physical world once again. Now I want you to bring your energy back to its normal resting place around your body. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. This session is sealed. All is well. So that is just a very brief Reiki session. I go into a little more depth and detail in my live sessions on my Facebook group. So I want you, if you feel led, to join me there so that you can connect with the light. You can receive healing and guidance. Okay, so I think I have a caller. Let's see. I have Hearn. I'll see Jane from Herne Bay, England. Jane, hello.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Mm-hmm.
So tell me, Jane, tell me why you're calling and how I can help you.
I'd like a mediumship reading, if possible, on whatever you pick up, really. Anything. Good. Thank you.
Okay, so I feel like you have several people in spirit. Do you understand a mother in spirit? I feel like there's a mother figure to you in spirit stepping forward. She feels like she would have been very, pardon me?
Mother, did you say? Mum?
I did.
Yeah, no, she's not in spirit.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a mother figure in spirit?
Probably my grandmother.
Okay, I feel like it's okay. This is what it's coming through to me. This person has a strong mother figure or a strong mother energy, and she's coming through as she would have been a matriarch of the family. Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so this person's coming through, and she's telling me that she knew about everything in the family. She was definitely someone who was in charge of it feels like she would have been like the so I'm seeing a wagon wheel, and she's the hub of the wagon wheel for the family. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And she is and I feel her, she's a very grounding presence. She's very I feel like she was very fixed, very she knew who she was. She knew what her values were, what her morals were, what her ethics were, and how she conducted her life was very, it seems very stable or very rooted. Do you understand that about her?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's like she could weather any storm. Like this woman was, she could be in the middle of a problem and still be in charge. Do you understand that? Like she's telling me that no matter what was going on around her, she could deal with things. Like she could push through these circumstances that happened with her. I feel like that her presence, her reason for coming through, she's telling me is that there's this idea right now that it feels like you're dealing with some uncertainty right now, and you can call on her presence, her spirit, her personality to give you this strength that she had. She's bringing this through to you to let you know you're not alone in this. Okay?
Okay.
It feels like there's a connection. Would this be your mother's mother?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a concern about your mother's well-being right now?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so this is what she's connecting for me here, that she's also watching over your mother. She's also coming in, your mother, I don't know if your mother's open to this kind of thing, but it feels like if she were open to seeing the presence of spirit or hearing spirit or noticing that, your grandmother would be very obvious to her. Does your mother connect with spirit?
Yeah, she keeps saying she's seen people. She keeps saying she's seen things.
Right. And she is. That's the thing. She is seeing these things, and your grandmother is part of that. Family is showing up for her right now in a very loving, supportive way. And if there's any changes that are to be made, if there are any changes in her health or in her well-being right now, she's not alone in this. Okay? Does that make sense to you? Are you concerned about isolation or her being alone or?
Yeah, she's unwell at the moment.
She is alone?
She's alone, but she's unwell.
Unwell. Okay. This is the point of this. I feel like, is there, okay. I'm feeling a little bit of confusion with her right now. Your mother, a little bit of confusion. I'm also feeling a little bit of issues in the center of the body. It feels like the heart or lungs in that space there. They're showing me that, has there been a hospitalization for your mother? Because I feel like there was. Yes?
Yeah, she has been in hospital.
Okay. This whole transition for her has been hard on her spirit. And I feel like she looks to you, to other family, for, this support of emotional support. And grandmother is telling me it's okay if you're not there 100%, if you're not with her 100%, because it feels like there's some question as to, are you fulfilling what you need to do for her? Does that make sense?
I haven't seen her for a week or so because I've been unwell myself. Well, a couple of weeks, I think. Yeah, maybe a couple of weeks.
Okay. So you've not been with her? I feel like there's just this wondering going on about, is this separation really good, or should someone be with her, or like there may be some questions or doubts in your mind or guilt, even though you can't do it if you're sick. There still feels like there's this, I could be there, I should be there. That's the feeling I'm getting from that. Okay. Yeah. Grandmother is talking about structure in her life. The structure, it feels like the structure of faith with her and the structure of rules with her. Would you understand her to be that kind of person?
Sorry, what was that again? Sorry, I didn't hear that properly.
Yes, grandmother's making me feel that there is a lot of she had a lot of structure in her life. She had a lot of, she filled her world with rules and structure. And within those rules and structure, she was able to relax. That makes sense.
Yeah. That makes sense, yeah.
Okay, good. She's suggesting the same be true if you would fill in that for yourself, if you would take that and accept that for yourself, because things are a little wonky right now. Things are a little out of balance, and what she's trying to bring in is that rely on your faith, because I feel like you haven't. Rely on it, double down on it, give it more attention. All right, because it's almost like I feel a resistance between you and what you know to be true. It's almost like you're kind of resistance, almost, I don't want to say kicking and screaming, but that's kind of the idea of like, I'll go there if I have to. I'll check in with my faith if I have to. I'll do this if I have to. But right now is the time to live it. She's telling me, stick with what you know. You will be fine. Stick with the rules you have. Enforce those. Step out into faith and trust that you are always taken care of and you are always well. And this is a temporary, very temporary shift for you. That you're going to be fine. And that then you can also be for mother. Okay?
Okay.
Do you have a question outside of what we just talked about?
To pick anything up on my love life.
Your love life?
Love life.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I know, your love life. Well, okay, so I feel like there is a man, would that make sense to you? A man who looks like he would be about middle age to me. And he looks to me like he might be a professional type, but not stuffy or anything. Just like he has a profession, like the type of professional job. And I feel the number 2 around him. It feels more like a couple years to me than a couple months. And I don't think you know him. I feel like he's someone completely new to you, but may also be connected in a spiritual way. Okay, will connect to you in a spiritual way that you hadn't thought about in a relationship. Right? It's like you go down the checklist of what you want in a person to fulfill your desires in a relationship, and the spiritual side of it may have not been a component to your previous relationships. Would you understand that? Yes? Okay. So this relationship is coming in a couple years. It carries a spiritual component, and that's how you will know that he's the right person. He's going to come in a way that you hadn't expect, like out of left field. And this is a very, this person's coming in out of left field, okay? And he's going to fulfill part of your requirements for a spiritual component in a relationship. All right? Do you understand that, or does that make sense to you?
I don't know. If I've not met him, I don't know yet.
You don't know him yet, but I feel like it's a couple of years, and he's coming in to fulfill a component to your relationship you haven't had before, a very spiritual component, one where you and he, it's almost like you're meant to be together. It's a dharmic thing. It's dharma. It's walking your spiritual path, and it's together with someone else who's walking their spiritual path, which is a pretty amazing thing. I need to run, Jane. I'm running out of time. I'm very sorry to have to cut you off, but I hope your grandmother gave you some reassurance of the fact that you are not alone and never alone, and everything is going to be okay. All right. Thank you so much, Jane.
Thank you so much.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hi. I want to remind everyone that you can connect with me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy, or at Lisa Short on Facebook, or join my group, Reiki Live, and that's a group page on Facebook. Hope to see you soon. Have a wonderful week. Bye-bye.
listening to A1. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for intuitive listening with Trish Rock. Live from TrishRock.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is intuitive listening
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Intuitive Listening with Trish Rock. This morning I'm going to, well, actually it's morning in Australia, but it's afternoon or after work for the US and some other countries around the world. So wherever you're listening from or watching, welcome, welcome. So I'm going to give you a general reading for the week, and I'm also going to just be talking about the current times, the current energies, and I'm also going to be sharing an article with you that I wrote and going through 3 tips to start your day with a success mindset. So let's get started with that. The other thing I want to say is that please connect with me over on my Facebook page at Trish Rock Transformation. So TRISH Rock, ROCK, Transformation. Come and join me on my page over there, and you'll be able to see all of the inspiring stuff that I produce, and you'll also be able to see the work that I do and any offers or any specials that I have. Any free readings that I pop up online will all go on that page. So come and join me there. Now, I've also got, in this current climate, with everybody being at home and in isolation, I've got an offer on readings, and they're email readings, and they're only $30 Australian, which makes them about $20 or probably less in US dollars. And you can find that information on my page as well at Trish Rock Transformation, and it's a really easy process. You just book the reading, let me know if you'd like it in video form or in written form, and then I will do the reading. If you've got a couple of questions, you can certainly ask me those questions as well. And then I do the reading and I email it to you. For a video reading, it's around about 15 minutes in length. And for a written one, it's around about 600 or 700 words and the pictures of the cards. So the turnover for that is around about 24 hours, so you'll get it back within a day or a day and a bit. And it's just a really great way to answer a couple of questions that might be on your mind right now and give you some advice moving forward. So if you'd like one of those readings, please head over to my page at Trish Rock Transformation. You'll see the link there for the email readings. It's pinned to the top of the page, or you can private message me and I can help you that way, and I'm happy for you to do that. Okay, so interesting cards this week, and we are, of course, in interesting times. It is quite early here in the morning for me, so my voice is not quite good yet, so sorry about that. But the cards that I pulled from the tarot, and if you're on Moonstruck TV, you'll be able to see the cards. If you're on the radio, if you're on psychic radio, they are all swords. Now, swords are about clarity. Swords are also about mind. a communication, expression, and they can also be, well, they're also about your words, and they can be both extremes, right? Good extremes of that and the negative extremes of that. This week, we're really being encouraged to get clarity on our thoughts, get clarity on our direction, get clarity on how we express that. And, you know, I feel that there's this past week, I think for many of us, has been very confusing, very angry energy for many people. And with that energy comes expression and words that are possibly a little bit sharper than normal. And you know, it's good for all of us just to take a step back, and before you make any decisions, wait 24 hours. Before you say something, breathe, and, you know, say the words in a way that is not going to, you know, really stab someone, I guess. Right? So it's really a time for clarity and clear thinking, clear words, expressing what it is that you want to express, and not getting caught up in all of the negativity and the fear, I guess, right now. The other card that I have is courage, and this is a beautiful card from my Chinese reading cards. And, you know, and he's holding a sword as well, some type of sword. This for me is really just a message moving forward that you're more courageous and more strong than you give yourself credit for most of the time. As humans, we tend to really backpedal and downplay our strengths. And, you know, perhaps over the years we've been told that we're not good at things or we're not good enough. But it's time now to really have that courage, stand up, express how you're feeling, be clear about it, have your sword of communication coming from the right energy, not from a place of resentment or, you know, a sharp tongue. Have the courage to really stand in your own truth and your own resolve, and express what you want moving forward, and also express how you're feeling right now. But, you know, if you're in an energy of negativity, just breathe into it, or wait 24 hours before you actually say those words or take those actions, because many situations are quite volatile at the moment. So you don't want to be caught up in all of that as well. So it's really up to you to have the courage to stand in your own energy and really be clear on what you want and how you're feeling, and not getting caught up in other people's stuff. Yeah. All right. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk with you about is this beautiful magazine. If you're on Moonstruck TV, you'll be able to see this. If you're on Psychic Radio, it's called Holistic Bliss, and it's Australia's premier holistic lifestyle magazine. This month is the April edition, and it is the 11th birthday edition. Got the beautiful Jack Canfield and Sandy Forster on the cover, and I'm actually featured in this magazine every month in a section called the Enlightened Change Makers. And this is the section here for the Enlightened Change Makers, and it's just a group of spiritual teachers and healers that we are in all sorts of different professions, and we've come together in this magazine to share our skills and our talents, and also to just bring some beautiful energy. And each month there's a couple of spotlight sections where you'll learn more about who we all are. And so here it is again. This is the feature this month. And there I am down the bottom. So that's me and what I do. And this month I'm excited as well because I also have an article in this month's magazine. And that's what I wanted to talk to you today about, and just go through with you the 3 tips that I've written here in the magazine. Now, it doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can go online at holisticblissmagazine.com, and you can read this magazine. It's free. You can also download the app of Holistic Bliss magazine, and you can read all the articles and see all of the people and the stories in the magazine as well. So it doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can do that. If you live in Australia, you can also get a hard copy. Now, this is my article in this month's magazine. Super excited. It's part of the Entrepreneur's Toolkit, and the article is called Start the Day Ready for Success. And this is really what I want to go through with you today, because I think it's relevant for everyone right now, not just entrepreneurs. And, you know, I think just with the current climate, everybody could really do with some tips on how to wake up for success, start the day with success. And I'm just going to go through these 3 tips with you for the benefit of everyone watching and listening. So, you know, if you're waking up and the day starts badly as soon as you get out of bed or before that, then these tips are really important for you. And you have a choice as to how you feel in the morning and throughout the day. And if you can start the day, like as soon as you wake up, feeling good and thinking great thoughts, then the rest of the day, no matter what comes to you, what is thrown at you, what situations arise, you can get through it more easily. If you start the day, if you wake up and you're immediately worried about bills or what you said to someone yesterday, or some fight you're having with someone, or something you saw on the news, or something that worried you in a movie you saw, if you wake up with that frenetic energy, the rest of the day just goes down the tube so fast. And you all know, if you're listening right now, you will know exactly what I mean. And you just say, I'm having a bad day. Well, it started with bad thoughts when you wake up. So how can we overcome that? The first tip here is to begin the night before, right? So before you go to sleep, excuse me, I'll just grab some water. Before you go to sleep, listen to something beautiful and calming, relaxing. Read something lovely, right? Or even just that last 5 minutes before you fall asleep. Or you could even write in a gratitude journal. That's a beautiful way to start your sleep. But you can actually just lie there for 5 minutes and just really focus on something beautiful, something or someone that you love, a vision of how you want your life to look, a vision of something that you want in your life, a vision of a beautiful scene or a memory that you have. Going to sleep feeling good will really help you through the night and also when you wake up. Oh, excuse me, guys. So that's the first thing. Go to sleep feeling good. And so however you can do that. I find that visualizing something for a few minutes before sleeping and really feeling it. Sometimes I have crystals with me. Sometimes I just put my hand on my heart and I really feel into something beautiful. Puts me to sleep in a good vibe, not in a worry or a stress vibe. And, you know, it's really important to use that last 5 to 10 minutes of the day to truly feel into what it is that you want in your life. Now, the next one, number 2, is starting the day with thoughts that feel good. And this is also a choice, and I really would encourage you, if you're listening to this today or one of the replays, try this immediately. Tune into some good thoughts. So when you wake up in the morning, if you all of a sudden your mind just goes straight to something that is worrying or stressful or makes you anxious or makes you angry or upset, just breathe into it for a second and deliberately do something that makes you feel good. I will often just lie there and really try to tune my thoughts out, and I tune into the beautiful birds that are singing or the insects that are making noises, or I pat my dog, or sometimes I'll just hop onto YouTube and put on some beautiful music, right? Not loud, boisterous music, something really soft and calming. And I'll just listen to that and soak it in for a few minutes. For some of you, you might like to journal, do your gratitude journal, read something inspiring. If you can make those deliberate choices when you wake up, it will really change the course of your day. It really will. Because then once you're in that beautiful energy, then you get up. If those thoughts of stress and anxiety start creeping in, you'll be able to deal with them a lot better. And as I said, it is a deliberate choice. It's not, so many of us over our lifetime are waiting for other people to come and save us. Right? We're waiting for outside circumstances to improve so that we can feel better. But it doesn't work like that. We have to take the conscious choice to feel better, and then the outside circumstances for us change. And it took me many years to really grasp that and really understand that because I was waiting to be saved as well. Right? I was waiting for things to change for me so that I could be happy. I was waiting for other people to make me happy. And it seriously doesn't work, guys, because you're giving away your power to not only other people, but to your environment. And that is always unpredictable, and other people are unpredictable. But you can choose consciously how you feel right now, and you can choose whether you want to be in good energy or bad energy. It's your choice, and you're the only one that can come and save you. This is a brilliant way every morning just to deliberately make that choice. What can I think of, do, or feel right now that starts my day off on a good note? Really important. And just 5 to 10 minutes, doesn't even have to be that long, could just be 5 minutes. But you'll find if you're lying there tuning into something that feels good, it will probably be longer because it will feel good and you'll want to do it more often. Now, the third thing is meditation. And for anyone who says they don't have time to meditate, you are the guys that need to meditate. Right? Now, it is a habit. It is a success habit, and it is a daily practice habit that you can get into. 10 to 15 minutes, if you can do that in the morning. Now, some of you may have to wake up a little bit earlier to do 10 to 15 minutes in the morning or find that time at night. But in the meantime, I mean, it's great to have that block, 10 to 15 minutes, because it will take you 10 or 11 minutes to block out the noise from your thoughts, right? So then you'll just get a few minutes at the end of that to really feel like you've gone inward and you've blocked everything out. That in itself, if you did that in the morning, really absolutely sets you up for an amazing day. So it gives you better energy to deal with things and to move through the day no matter what happens. It allows you to bounce back quicker from any, disastrous things that happen during the day or anything that shocks you or kind of would normally push you over the edge. It gives you that balance, that centering to really deal with anything. If you, while you're getting into that habit, what you can do also throughout the day is meditate really wherever you are. And meditation doesn't have to be sitting on the floor or on a chair with your eyes closed in silence. Meditation for me is anything that stops my mind from ticking. That's meditation. That's meditation for me. So, even just sitting here listening to the birds while I'm driving, if I'm stopped at the lights, I might just look at the clouds for a few moments and zone out. Listening to a beautiful piece of music zones me, gets me out of my thoughts. What else? I'm really a bit of a nature girl. I just love looking at nature. So even just standing there watching the flight of a butterfly or watching the bees or just watching the clouds or the stars at night really helps me to get out of my thoughts and get back into my energy and into the centeredness of my body. So even those little meditations throughout the day will really help and bring you back. Even if you want to, sit and watch a candle or something like that. But if you can get into the habit of these 3 really simple practices on a daily basis and start your day ready for success, you will be absolutely blown away with how your day progresses, how you can more easily deal with what comes, and how you make better decisions. And so whether you're in business or whether you're just dealing with all of this stuff worldwide at the moment, our days are unpredictable. They truly are. We're not really even though we're in control of ourselves, the environment at the moment is so unpredictable and volatile that each day we're faced with stuff that can be very stressful. So these 3 habits to start your day ready for success really will give you the leading edge over any unpredictability during the day, and it will allow you to make better decisions, not get caught up in any drama, not get caught up in any old fears. And if any of that does come up for you, you'll be able to settle down and get centered again more easily than if you wake up with awful mindset, fear, stress, worry, and start your day that way. You can't recover. from other stressful situations, and the day just goes down the tube and stays down the tube. So make this a conscious choice. Start it now. Start it this week. Make it a conscious choice. Do these 3 practices. Go to sleep feeling good. Wake up and choose to feel good. And meditate for 10 to 15 minutes in the morning if you can. If not, find time during the day or at night. If many of you are in self-isolation now, or in a country where everyone's locked down, you're going to have the time. You will have the time now to do this. So see it as an opportunity to start some new practices, some new conscious ways of living, because you are the only one that can change your life. You are the only one that can create happiness and joy in your life, and you are the only one in control of how you feel. So I hope that has helped. Once again, if you would like a reading with me and you just want a couple of questions answered, email readings are back, and they're only $30 Australian, which is about $20 American, and you can connect with me through private message or head over to my page at Trish Rock Transformation on Facebook and message me there, or you can book straight through there as well. And I would love to serve you in that way and give you a reading. If you'd like a longer reading, obviously you can do that as well. I've got my psychic sessions there you can book too. But reach out to me, come and connect with me on my Facebook page is the best way, and then you'll see all my links to all my other pages and my other work there. I hope you have an amazing week, and I will see you next time. Bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Amanda Hall Psychic here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. We're broadcasting out of the South Carolinas. I'm here on the Gold Coast in Australia. So isn't it amazing what we can do with technology? Now, before we kick the show off, I just want to take this little opportunity to be a little bit self-indulgent and thank all the viewers and everybody that's been with me for the last 3 years. Now, I'm not leaving. I'm just marking a milestone. Last week was my 3rd year, moving into my 4th year now with A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV. And it's always nice to acknowledge that, and for all the people that have been messaging me and keeping me informed about how their readings have been going over the time, I really do appreciate it. So let's kick the show off. I know that everybody is sort of gripped by this pandemic that's going around the world, and I'm not going to say that we're any less frightened here in Australia, because we are with you as we all collectively join hands around the world to try and beat this pandemic. It is, a 1 in a 100 year event, as people keep sort of saying, and I'm not going to minimise that, but what I want to aim to do in the next 30 minutes is to bring some sunshine into your life and maybe bring a little bit more positivity and give you something positive to hang on to, and sort of maybe some ways of coping and dealing with this as we all self-isolate, or majority of us around the world now are self-isolating, working from home, and having to find different ways to keep ourselves from climbing the walls as we're not able to go about our daily lives in the way that we normally do. So let's kick the show off with the Secrets of Tarot card of the week, which is the World, which I thought was a really apt card to come out this week, considering that the world is in such a unusual place and a state of affairs at the moment. Now, the meaning of the World card is overseas trip, money, luck, the world in the palm of your hand, and new opportunities. Now, I know for most countries around the world at the moment, most of the borders are shut and there's very little overseas travel happening at the moment. But let's look at this as a collective card, as the whole world banding together, of everybody joining hands around the world and making it a very, very unique transfer of energy that we can all do while we self-isolate and while we keep distancing ourselves from other people in physical contact. There's no reason why energetically we can't all hold hands and try and keep the money flowing around the world. But more importantly, I think to keep positive and keep the world in the palm of our hand, saying that we all collectively have a way of being able to sort of come out the other side of this pandemic in a different sort of way. Maybe we'll come out the other side in a much more enlightened way, collectively as a globe, more than what we've done. And I think it is a time where the world itself is readjusting. And I think that's the important thing here. So I'm going to quickly sort of run through the candles of the week, and I'm not going to waste too much time on these because I really feel that we've got more important things to talk about with what's changed in the last 7 days astrologically. So this week I took the patience candle out. Even though it's the new moon in Aries, I feel at the moment we could all do with a dose of patience. I know that people are becoming very frustrated, very unhappy, feeling very restricted, not being able to go about their day-to-day lives in the way that they normally would. So I feel the dose of patience is what's needed here. Now, this week for the gift box set, I've made it up with the new moon, because we are the new moon in Aries at the moment. I've also made it up with the love card because I feel that we could all do with a dose of love at the moment in our lives. And I've also chosen the healing card because the world at the moment does need to heal, and not just from the virus. I think the world itself collectively, the globe, needs to heal. The amazing upshot out of this virus is the fact that the globe is starting to heal. We're starting to see things are happening, that, you know, smog lifting, animals coming out to play, things that haven't happened in a long time. So Mother Earth is actually getting a chance to heal the globe a little bit, and I think that's a very amazing thing. So we're going to start now talking about what's happening astrologically, and I know that this is something that a lot of people are really quite interested in. My inbox has been overflowing. Just to give you a heads up, I have been a qualified astrologer for well over 30 years now. I've been in the psychic industry well over 40 years. So when I talk about these things on an astrological level, this is not just from a psychic perspective. This is from an astrology perspective from years and years of training and working in this area, that I can share with you a little bit of my knowledge and how I think this pans out, looking at what's known as transits. Now, transits are the movement of the planets, the luminaries, the extra parts of astrology that we don't talk about only with other astrologers, because the layperson doesn't really understand that there's planets, there's luminaries, there's Arabian parts, there's many, many nodes, things like this that make up an astrology chart. So I'm going to try and keep it as simple as I possibly can, because the information is the most important thing, not necessarily where I've got the information from, but how the information is going to help us all get through this pandemic and come out the other side. Now, first and foremost, we have the new moon is in Aries. Now, the new moon will be in Aries from the 24th to the 26th of March. So that's March 24 to March 26. Now, what does a new moon mean? Now, a new moon means we have the opportunity to start something fresh, new, to release old things, to let go of things that no longer serve us in our lives, that we can take a fresh approach to things. Now that the energy is in Aries, the Aries energy is the beginning of the zodiac. So it's like the astrological year has just begun. So everything's fresh, new, shiny. We should have enthusiasm. We should be looking towards things in a fresh, renewed way. So having the new moon here is asking us to look at emotional things in a brand new way. Now, for most of you, you're feeling some sort of form of stress at the moment because your lives are no longer the way that they were even a few days ago, a week ago, a month ago, and we're all in uncharted territories. So we're being asked to cope on an emotional level in a new way. Now, this doesn't mean that we've got to get angry or aggressive or frustrated. It just means to channel that sort of uncomfortable energy into something positive. Maybe look at it as being, let's focus on ourselves a little bit more, but in not a selfish way, but focusing on ourselves in as much as if you're always a very action-driven person and you've never got enough hours in your day, now maybe you can find a new approach with your new work and lifestyle balance of being at home behind closed doors. This is the time to take up maybe the research of meditation, or slowing yourself down, or looking at a new way of coping. Instead of being frazzled and sort of charging yourself up on more caffeine, now maybe you might look to having a glass of water and sort of counting to 10 before you sort of blow your top, blow your gasket. So let's all find some new ways of dealing with things on an emotional level. Now, look, I'm not perfect. I can get as frustrated as the next person, and I have a short fuse too with things that really annoy me. But I know that I've been personally trying to be a little bit more compassionate in that way and not get so frazzled about the things that I can't control. And I think that that's the important thing, as we're all glued to television sets and sort of trying to find out information about this pandemic in whatever way that you source your news. It can be sort of very, very overwhelming. And I think every now and then you just got to chill out, go and put some music on and let your body just exhale and release the stress and look at, okay, well, this is where we're at today. These are the new rules. Now this is where we're going to be heading from here. Now that's really important. Now the new moon is actually conjunct what's known as an Arabian part or the part of fortune. So I'm looking at this. The part of fortune in a chart is usually where we find the sweet spot, the spot in our lives where we can really sort of not necessarily make our fortune, but it's where we're at our strongest in the ways of finding what we're truly meant to be doing. So I want to look at this for many, many people by taking a little bit of time to slow down, find different ways of handling your emotions. Maybe out of this, you're going to get some light bulb moments that's going to show you that maybe there's a new path or a new direction that could evolve when the world gets back to, quote, normal, that you might want to start to explore some different things in your life that will be more fulfilling, and not necessarily always are they finance or money driven, but they may be something that's going to satisfy your soul. So I feel that that's very important too. So in the last week, we've also had the sun move out of Pisces into Aries. So the astrological new year started a couple of days ago, which is really, really important, because this is where we're now starting to see the energy shift. Even though we've seen worldwide the death toll ramp up and more countries becoming infected by this pandemic, we're also starting to see people starting to take more action. Governments and authorities now are starting to lock down countries and borders. I know here in Australia we've got many states and territories that have closed their borders to even locals crossing them, and I'm sure locally you're going to be finding similar things happening. Now, all of a sudden this seems to have come out of nowhere, that, you know, one day they're saying this and then the next day, bang, we've gone into this very severe lockdown situation. Now, this is because as more and more information is being shared worldwide, more and more governments and health authorities are taking a much stronger approach of sort of saying, okay, we've got to ramp this up. We've got to hit this beast in the face. Let's not sit back and just wait to see where it goes. Everybody has a different way of looking at it, and there will be different forms of advice that will be given to different countries and locations. My suggestion is to listen to your local information. Don't get too bogged down on what's happening in another country. Look at what's happening in your own local environment and take notice of your own local authorities. They know best for your local area what you should or shouldn't be doing, and we all need to follow this to the letter. If they tell you to stay home, that's exactly what they mean. They don't mean go out and grab a coffee and go for a jog in the park. If you're not able to do that, if you've been told not to do that, please listen to what is being said. Now, the other major shift that's happened in the last week is the planet Saturn that I talk about quite regularly here on the show, who's like the taskmaster. He's the one that waves the big stick, that gives us the discipline, the structure in our lives, who sort of says this is what your lessons are going to be for this period of time. Now, Saturn changes signs every 2.5 years. Now, Saturn has just moved out of Capricorn, out of the area of big business, government, official situations, into the sign of Aquarius. Now, how and why is this so important? Saturn will sit here approximately in Aquarius for 2.5 years. Now, Saturn moving into Aquarius is a very important major configuration astrologically. It means all of a sudden now Saturn has moved out of the structure of being in big business. I'm sorry, somebody's tickling my nose from above, I'm sure. And he's now moved into Aquarius, which is the opportunity now to think outside the square. Now, sometimes people sort of look at Aquarians and say, oh, gee, they're know-it-alls. They seem to be so full of their own importance. They have this idea. They seem to have no feeling, but they seem to have these brilliant ideas where they're as cold as ice. Well, they're not necessarily as cold as ice. They just tend to keep their emotions inward rather than outward. So Saturn moving into this energy, to me, is going to be where we might just get some breakthroughs, where we're going to see scientists and people of importance thinking outside the square, maybe testing medicines we already have in the marketplace. And I'm not necessarily saying we're going to come up with a cure, but maybe we can come up with a way of slowing this pandemic. It would be amazing if we did come up with a cure. I'm not saying it's not out of the realms of possibilities, and I'm not saying it's out of realms of possibilities of them having a major breakthrough and getting a vaccine through much, much quicker than what it usually takes to develop a vaccine. I'm not totally convinced that a vaccine is necessarily what is going to be the answer here. My instincts and my psychic ability keeps telling me, and looking at it from an astrological point of view, I would be more inclined to go with the fact that drugs that we already have in the marketplace that we may have used for other conditions may just be the answer here. And I feel there could be up to 3 or 4 different drugs from different classes, if you want to put it that way, that, you know, handle different conditions on Earth, that all of a sudden they're finding are working on this and working on this very fast. So this could very well be the answer to what we've been hoping for. I know for many religious people and people that believe in the power of prayer, that has been something that's been a comfort to them. There's many people that don't. Now, I don't think it's a time to sit down and sort of say who's right and who's wrong. Faith doesn't always come under the umbrella of the power of prayer. Faith is a belief system. And it's whatever you believe in is the right thing for you. Please don't judge people because somebody's religious and someone else isn't. There's no right or wrong in this situation as long as we all keep the faith, as long as we all keep positive, and we all try to continue to help each other, keeping a safe social distance and checking on our neighbours and our family by phones and social medias and Skypes and Zooms and whatever your form of communication is, but please, little or no personal contact is the message here. Finally, I want to wrap up with the planets that are sitting in Capricorn. Now, this is where the plethora of planets have been sitting for the last few months, and with the increase of this pandemic. Now, things are moving rather fast because, as I mentioned before, Saturn has moved out of Capricorn in the last week and moved into Aquarius. So we're now only left with 3 major planets sitting in Capricorn. We've got Jupiter, the planet of expansion, opportunity, and the planet that enables us to think and step outside the square or use our higher mind or collectively tap into the energy of the world. He is now holding hands or conjunct Pluto, the planet of transformation. Now, Pluto's been in Capricorn for a very, very long time. It goes back to before the GFC, which seemed like a million years ago now. So Pluto's role has been to transform the planet, has to be transform our thinking, and this is probably in some schools of thought the reasons why we've got this pandemic is we've all got to change the way that we approach how we handle the world. And if that means looking at our food resources and what we can and can't eat and how we conduct ourselves and how we gather and prepare our food and sell it to the public, that might be part of the lesson here. But Pluto is also conjunct or holding hands the planet Mars. Now, Mars is the planet of action. It's also the planet that in some terms people say where we go to war. We're not actually going to a war, but if you look at, we've got a war against this pandemic, that we have to hit this hard and fast. And collectively around the world, our experts have to really listen to each other. They all have to find a common ground and then apply it to what works for their locality in the world. By doing this, I think we can get on top of this pandemic quicker rather than later. But there will be some very hard lessons. There will be some very tough days ahead of us. We have to get ahead of the curve of this. We have to take drastic, serious measures to be able to get on top of this so that we can move this out of the road. And finally, I want to wrap up with, we have a very wide conjunction to what's known as the Moon's South Node. Now, the South Node in a chart is where we take the easy way out. Now, when I said it's wide, it's almost looking as if it's coming to a close. So that to me says now I think we've taken the more serious steps forward, moving forward where we can go forward as a globe. Now, we're going to take our first caller, and I do apologise for me waffling on so long, but I felt it was important. Nicole in Belfast, are you there in Northern Ireland, Nicole? How are you tonight?
Yeah, I am. Hiya.
Do you have a question for me, Nicole?
Yeah.
What's your question, sweetie?
Hiya, I'm just looking to know, what spirits are around me.
Can you repeat the question for me, sweetheart?
I'm just looking to
what's
know,
around
like,
you. Okay. All right, let's have a look at what's around you, Nicole. Look, the first thing I was picking up around you, Nicole, was there's been a lot of tears. So has there been some reason for tears recently? Has it been external or just internal or a bit of both?
Just a bit of both.
Okay, but that to me is very positive. I know you might have felt at the time, why do I feel like I'm falling apart? And to me, you weren't falling apart. I felt this was sort of very cleansing, very healing. I think it's the first time in a very, very long time, Nicole, you've allowed yourself to release emotion that normally you try and shove it to one side and sort of say, I'll get around to that at another time. I don't have time at the moment. So to me, this is very sort of positive. I'm also picking up there's been a number of endings, changes and transformations that have been taking place slowly but definitely over the last 6 to 8 months in your life. I know that we're in a very peculiar situation around the world at the moment, but let's sidestep that for the moment because I want to look at you personally. To me, there's opportunities that are going to come up for you in the next couple of months, Nicole, that I want you to be ready to grab with both hands. It's one of those times in your life where you won't have a long time to make a decision. When something presents itself, you've got to really be able to go with yes, no. Is this right for me, yes or no, and take the opportunity and grab it with both hands. Now, one of those opportunities will be a question mark around whether or not you're going to change your job or how you structure your income. Have you been thinking about changing your job in the last few months?
See, something happened. I don't really want to be going into it, you know, but something happened to do with my son, you know, and I have actually been off work. I have been off work like the last 3 months, you know, due to what's happened, you know.
Okay. Well, what they were showing me, Nicole, was there was an improvement coming up with your finances. Now, whether or not that means another job or the way of sort of bringing in more money, but that's where I want to leave that. That makes sense to me with what I was picking up, that there's a change there for you or restructuring around your work. I'm also going to say to you, I felt that there was a change within a relationship. Now, when I talk about relationships, I'm talking about the love interest in your life, and I'm not talking about someone new. I'm talking about a difference in the way that we handle the relationship. There, to me, seems to have been some breakthroughs. It's like, finally, we're both starting to listen to what the other person wants and needs and is seeking out of the relationship. And this, to me, is putting it in a much stronger position moving forward. And that's good because I feel that there's still way too much in this relationship to say goodbye to it. But I think it needed to be sort of restructured, re-energized, and that's what's sort of happening. I'm also sort of picking up that your health is going to improve, and that's improving purely by you looking and doing things differently. You're not falling back into your old habit patterns. You're really starting to listen to your own body and what it's telling you. So this is why we're getting definite improvement there. I'm also sort of feeling not necessarily a change of residence, but changes around where you're living. It's sort of like reorganizing everything. It's like I'm giving everything a fresh face.
God, yes.
It's like, and that's a good thing because I felt that your life became very stuck, and it's like all these things have sort of needed to be sorted at almost the same time, but at the same time it's bringing a freshness. Now, the most important thing I want to say to you is, Nicole, is I'm so pleased that you're now finally standing up for yourself. If you don't want to do something, you just say no, and there's no explanation of why you're not doing it. The answer is just no. You always struggled with that. You were always trying to be everything to everybody and putting yourself sort of a very poor last. Now you're starting to put yourself almost close to being number one, and that's really probably been the biggest shift I've seen in the last 12 months with you. And I want to say keep going with that. It's not meaning you're becoming selfish. It means that you're starting to consider that you are the most important person in your life, and you can't help anybody else unless you help yourself first. That when you look after you, then there'll be more of you to go round to the people that really need it, not necessarily everyone, but to the people that you want to help or that you want to be part of their lives. So keep up the good work. I think you're doing really, really well. I don't feel uncomfortable with what I'm seeing, Nicole. I feel that, yes, there's still a few more hiccups, I suppose, if you want to put it that way, to go through for 2020. But I sort of feel from about June, it's like you emerge out the other side and it's like, oh, good, I can exhale now. I know exactly where I'm going, what I want, where I want to be. And it's like I know finally what I'm here for. What did I come down to earth for? I finally have those sort of answers. And that's been something that has troubled you for quite some time because you've been so busy helping everybody else. You've never had that time to stand still and just sort of question, who am I and what am I doing here and what's my purpose? So all those and many more questions will be answered. So that's where we're going to leave it with Nicole. I do apologise that we didn't get time to take a second caller on the show today, but I felt the astrological part and trying to help everybody get through the other side of this COVID-19 was the most important way to take the show. I hope this has helped you in some way. I am happy to answer a question if you have a question about what I've spoken about astrologically. No, I will not be performing free readings. As you can appreciate, my days are busy too. But if you had a question about what we spoke about on the show, if you can go back and watch the show later on my designated page, Amanda Hall Psychic Show. It will be uploaded there in about 8 hours' time. So until next week, please stay safe, look after each other, make sure that you self-isolate, and most importantly, take notice of what you're being told locally through your news service, your health workers, your governments. And until next week, please stay safe and happy. Bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Modern Day Medium with the Modern Day Medium. Modern Day Medium. Live from the moderndayMedium.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Modern Day Meeting on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, the Modern Day Medium here. My name is Michelle, and also known as the Modern Day Medium. I hope you're all well and have had a good week. I couldn't make last week. I was busy working, but we managed to find a way around it and air me anyway. What have I been doing? Gracious me, I've just finished teaching on a Tuesday evening. I teach a circle. We had 10 people there this evening, and it was just lovely. Everybody gave messages, everybody linked into spirit, and there were a couple of people that had never been there before, and they just did amazing. It was absolutely brilliant, buzzing with energy, just loved it. So I really enjoy that. I enjoy teaching psychic mediumship. And also another new venture of mine is I'm doing podcasts. Me and my sister have got together, and we're doing podcasts which roll out on a Sunday called Psychic Sundays. And we are covering a whole list of psychic abilities, the difference between psychic and mediumship. We're talking about healing. We're talking about tools of the trades. We're talking about guides. Negative energy, positive energies, how to protect yourself, how to look after yourself. So between me and my sister Louise, we've got 40 years of experience, and we're both qualified healers in many different modalities as well. We also both teach healing as well, which is great. So we thought, well, hey, why not put our heads together and do some podcasts? So we're going to be doing several series there. We've already done 5, which are going to go up soon. And then we'll be doing another set. We'll be doing 3 or 4 or 5 series, each one containing about 6 podcasts. They're good fun. They're nice, really enjoyable. It's lovely. We thoroughly enjoy it. But one thing I wanted to talk about is soulmate and soul groups and twin flames. So the difference with a soulmate soul group, a soulmate, lots of people think a soulmate is you're my soulmate, we're meant to be together, we're meant to be together forever. Not true, not the case at all necessarily. Soulmates are people that come into your life for a certain period of time. They may come in just for 2 or 3 months. They could be a friend. They could be a partner, a boyfriend. They could just be someone you have a fling with. I mean, but they've come in to teach us something, to teach us a lesson, for us to learn something. And also, likewise, we go into other people's lives to teach them lessons. Obviously, we have people that are in our lives always and always been there, lifelong friends, family members, etc., etc. But sometimes a soulmate can come in and leave as quick as they came in, and it can be very, very painful. But the way to look at it is, well, what have I learned from this? Why have they come into my life? And what have I got from this? And then we have our soul group, which could be groups of friends, family, or friends that we have been with before, families we have been with before in other incarnations, other lives. And somebody was telling me, somebody I respect hugely, was saying that our soulmates or somebody from our soul group come into our life and they have already decided, I will be the person that will teach this person the lesson. I will be the person that will come down and teach them the lesson they haven't learned. Because I love them the most, I'm the one that wants to deliver the pain. I want that job role. I want to do it. So that's a beautiful thing within itself, isn't it? It's amazing. So soulmates, and also another interesting thing is when we're most in need sometimes, is when somebody will come into our life, will pop up into our life, a new friend will come into our life just to help us, just to say, hi, you were on my mind, I thought I'd give you a call. And that's a great thing, is that soulmate or that friend coming back into our life. No such thing as coincidences, right? Come back into our life to help us through a difficult sticky patch. And likewise for us as well. So a message to everybody is, if you have got somebody that's on your mind, somebody you're thinking about, somebody that keeps popping into your head recently that you haven't thought about much for a long time, then I just would like you to think about the possibility that you need to give them a call, give them a ring, and I feel quite sure that they will just say, you won't believe it, you won't believe what I'm going through, you won't believe what happened. So all of us are also psychics as well, right? I mean, we all have that ability in us, just believing in it, standing in that power. And when we get something that's coming in that's a little bit out of the ordinary, or someone keeps popping into our head, give them a call. And then when you do, I feel quite sure that you'll know the reason why you've called. So there's just a very, very small bit on soulmate, soul groups. Obviously on our podcast, we go into it a lot more and a lot more depth on loads of different subjects, loads and loads. We've really thrown the box open on psychic mediumship, thrown the box open on healing. And it's our thoughts, our feelings, what we've been through. And we're also going to be having some really great guests as well on there. Physical mediums, trance mediums, psychic surgeons. It's going to be really good fun. And also on here as well, 10th of March, I will have a guest with me then. And he is just amazing. Watch this space. I respect him hugely. It'll blow your mind, honestly. He's wonderful. So I'll stop babbling now. And I just wanted to share that with you. So just be aware of soulmates, and don't necessarily always see it as a bad thing. See it sometimes as someone's given you pain. Pain is to be felt. Let's not forget that. It's learning, progressing, and moving forward. So if someone's come into your life, just think, okay, all right, fine, they've gone. What have I learned from here? Or what have they learned from me? So turn it into more of a positive, beautiful thing. Not everything is bad and sad news. We're all here to learn lessons, right? To give up to that higher vibration. So there we go. But I believe I have a caller, Jessica. Are you still there, or have you got bored of listening to me babbling on?
Yes, I'm still here.
Hello, my darling. How are you? I hope you found it interesting. How are you, Jessica? How can I help you this evening, my lovely?
Yes. I had a friend that passed away. His name was Mark.
Yep.
And I was seeing if he's forward and forward.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. Right, Jessica, I need to say to you, actually, funnily enough, before I did the show, I was just linking in as I do and asking whoever needs to step forward. And funnily enough, I did have a child stepping forward, most certainly a son boy energy. Can you understand, please, his death being very, very quick, very, very unexpected, please, my love? Very fast, very quick, sweetheart. I'm just going to keep talking and hope that you can hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. I'm going to just keep talking, all right? Now, I feel that this son, I have to say, he feels very nice, very gentle, very kind, very caring. I feel some confusion in his head and something coming up and around into his head area before he went back to the world of spirit. He is making me aware, he's taking me to his stomach as well. I'm feeling an impact or a pain or a problem in my stomach area, if this makes sense to you, please. He's holding my stomach and making me rub my stomach round and round and round. And this is him just telling me also something that was wrong there, please, my darling. His passing felt at the end quite sudden, quite fast, like I said, very, very quick. But he was quite a unique person, very, very different, a stand-out young gentleman, please, if you can understand that. I also feel he had the most beautiful eyes as I look at in his eyes, and they feel quite pale and just very, very lovely. He makes me aware, Mum, I'm okay. He wants you to know I'm healed and I'm put back together. I'm all been put back together again. And in my head, I feel my head as well. I'm really okay. He thanks for the rose or the roses that you gave to him as well, I need to say. I see these flowers. I'm aware that you talk to him a lot constantly. You're always wanting to know it's okay, he's there safely, he's fine, he's healed. He wants to send you healing as well. He's a lovely gentleman, and he's sending it right into your heart and into your heart chakra. I've got the name Mark. I also need to give you the name Brian. I don't know why, but I need to give you that as well, my love. I feel that your son enjoyed music, enjoyed a little bit of dancing, he enjoyed jumping around as well. And he's making me aware that he's in spirit doing this. He's very, very busy. He's very, very active. He also is in massive love. My darling Jessica, you need to know your son is with his grandfather. They are together. I feel that your grandfather, his grandfather, I feel he was a good father, a lot of energy, very nurturing as well, if this makes sense to you, please, my sweetheart. And they are very much together and through a lot of love and send you a lot of love, Jessica. Please, 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 can you heal yourself? And please, please, just he's okay. Bless his heart. He comes into you, Jessica. He holds you. He wants your tears, what he's saying to me. Please, Mum, please, Mum.
Yes.
I keep needing to go to the head. I keep needing to go to the head as well, okay? Because he holds you there. He holds you in the head. He holds you in this area, and he holds you very, very tight. He makes you aware that you've got a lot of his facility is quite as it was, and he needs for you to pass a message on to a young lady, please, my darling. Whether there was a sister, but also a very close friend, one close, and who's this one? Give them Alison as well. I need to give you the star sign of Tauri, Capricorn as well, my love. And I say to you for you to send love them to stop worrying as well, and that they are okay. Your son was quite a joker and about a bit as well. He's got a beautiful, buoyant energy and quite angelic as well, I need to say to you. He's got quite a heart, but I feel it's just all got a bit much for him as well, sweetheart. You understand this, Jessica? Yes. You know, very much. And I need to give you drawing sketches with his well. And he just sends huge love to you. Bless his heart. He's just put a rainbow all the way over you, Mum. I love you. I love you. There's a distinctive smell that comes in with your son as well, please. Please be aware of that, because he's making me aware. It's a very clean kind of, it's like a soapy smell. I don't know why I'm getting this. And I have to go with hair gel and a hair wax as well. And it's this smell that he's bringing in to you. He sends you so much love. And he says to you, Mum, I am safe. I am okay. I am healed. And I love you. Okay?
Okay. Is my friend stuff for yet from work?
Sorry?
Has my friend stepped forward yet? His name was Mark.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So, that's if you can take this as a mark and you can understand. I think I said Mark and somebody else just sending huge love to you, my love. Can you understand that?
Yes.
Good. That's good. That's good. Good, good, good. So a lot of love around you for sure. Sorry?
Huh? Can you tell me what happened to my friend?
Yes, pass it on. Pass it on to your friend. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Right. Okay. Can you stand? I have got. What happened? I have got another energy that's stepping forward here. Now, this energy feels taller, stronger, older. He feels like a prankster, a joker. I feel he mucked about a lot. I feel that he's calling you like chum, 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 friend, 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 mate, mate, mate. He makes me aware of like heavy boots on him, whether he would have, I don't know why I've got heavy boots on. We had big, heavy boots. He makes me feel with him that he just wants to come in and give you love. He's telling me that a candle has been lit for him and he appreciates it a lot. He wants you to remember the good times, the fun, just the laughter. He's telling me that he had some depression, he felt quite down, and he felt quite low as well at times. He makes it clear that you spent a lot of time helping, talking, and communicating with this gentleman, and he wants to thank you very much. Is that okay? Can you hear me? Oh, that's better. I can hear much clearer now. So there's a lot of love there for you from Spirit, darling.
All right.
Okay.
So my friend hasn't really stepped forward and said what happened to him.
Jessica, can you say that again, my lovely?
So my friend hasn't stepped forward and tell you what happened to him.
Has your friend stepped forward and told me what's happened to him?
Yes.
I feel with her, so with your friend Mark, who's on the other side, I feel with him there was a depression, a heaviness, a feeling very down with him, a feeling very low with him, a feeling very unhappy, a sadness with him. He makes me feel it was all very, very quick. It all happened very, very fast, if you can understand that, my love.
Yes.
Perfect. He's back safe and he's fine and he just wants to send you love. He is around you very much.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Thanks, my darling.
Hello?
Right. I think my next call is this Angie over here now?
Hi.
Hello, Angie. How are you, my darling?
How are you?
Help you, my love. Oh, good, sweetheart. How are you? How can I help you?
I was just hoping to get like a general relationship reading. This retrograde has me kind of in a funk.
I'm just going to go straight into it, all right? I'm pretty into you. I'm just going to exactly what I'm feeling, getting.
Right. Can you hear me better now?
Down, up and down, up and down. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards
and down.
I feel with you that you're 2 months, you're soaring in a relationship, feeling a bit difficult. I think you're feeling quite drained, my love. You're feeling tired and you're exhausted with it all. Feeling, I know I'm picking up, but if you listen back, I'm sure you'll be able to hear, Andy. I'm feeling with you, my loveliness, backwards and forward within this relationship. I feel that I want to say to you to take a leap of faith. I want you to stand your ground. I want you to stand up for yourself. I want you to stand strong. I want you to come and how it is you're feeling is making you feel, and it needs to be cleared. I feel that there is some misunderstanding within the relationship as well, misinterpretation, and things are very, very quickly taken the wrong way. It feels very fiery to me and quite vulnerable at the moment. There's a lot of pressure and stress that's added onto the relationship here that's making it difficult. I feel with this partner or friendship or this relationship that you're in, I feel the gentleman walks out a lot, walks away a lot. He can't deal with it. I can hear doors slamming. I can hear shouting. And I can hear arguing that's happening here, please, my darling. And I just feel that you're taking all of this in and it's impacting you quite a lot as well. You can be
I've been...
I can feel that you can be quite stubborn and stand your ground, but at the moment you're not. I feel that you're feeling overwhelmed, bowled over, and you're just not too sure which way to go or which way to turn. I want to say to you, my lovely Angie, it would be nice for you to have a couple of days just away, just for you to think what it is and to sort it all out. It feels like it's gotten a right old muddle, if you can understand that, my love. I also need to say, she doesn't want you, Angie, to listen to you and how you feel, and if this is actually really what it is that you want and where it is that you want to go, Angie, all right? I want you to stand up and speak up for yourself as well, coming from a place of love and truth and how it's been making you feel. I feel this gentleman is under stress, pressure, like a heavier energy, a depression, a loss. And I feel that he's sort of clammed up a bit and he's not got over where he is. He's a bit stuck at the moment emotionally. Can you understand this, Angie?
Yeah, well, he's all about focusing on money, and he just blocks his emotions off. He doesn't like expressing how he feels, so he just lashes out. And I've been getting so overwhelmed recently that I've been having like compulsive crying fits. Like I've never cried so much in my life.
Yeah. So the crying is the letting out of the emotions. The crying is the sort of grieving of what you had to where it is now, to the wanting him to come back, to him pulling back, to wanting him to open and communicate. I need to tell you, he's not being disloyal to you. That just came through very, very clearly. It's just where he is at the moment. He's in a little bit of a lost place at the moment emotionally. It's all kind of built up inside of him, and he doesn't know how to express it. I want to say to you, Angie, if I can give you anything from spirit, is to give him a bit of space and step back a little bit. Whether you can go to a friend's for a couple of days or nights, I just feel like I need you to just to think what it is that you want. Just take a step out. I'm not saying it's ended. I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying that just needs a little bit of space to allow you to breathe and allow you to get together with how you're feeling and why you're feeling like you do, Angie. Your partner needs to let all these emotions out. He really does. And sadly, we can't force people to do that, but it is going to happen. He is going to get over it, and it is going to get better. It's just going to take a little bit of time. Angie, I want to say to you, what is going on is with him. You can love him from a distance. I don't mean not being together, but I mean you can be there to support him, but you do not need to absorb or take it on. You can only be responsible for you, but you can stand by his side and say to him, until you're ready or when you're ready to talk, you know where I am. Until then, I need to get on with my life. It's making me sick. It's making me tired. It's making me emotional. And I cannot stand in this anymore, in this energy. So I love you, but I'm just going to be over here emotionally at the moment until you're ready to talk and speak to me and speak freely with me so we can clear this up. Does that make sense, Angie? Okay. Hopefully you're still there, my lovely, if you can hear me. So, Angie, they really are things I would like to say to you. I feel your partner, there's a lot of heaviness in his heart at the moment as well. I don't know, going back to mother-father issues, family issues, loss, a tough life for him, I need to say. And it's like things keep rearing up again and then going again, rearing up and then going again. And sadly, it is for you to be there or to help and to support, but there's not much you can do if this lovely gentleman isn't willing to make the changes himself. So step out of that, step in your own power, and just let him sort himself out, but giving him all the support that you need, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, it does.
So, good. So just stay strong, my loveliness, and just be gentle with him. Just be gentle, and don't absorb all of this stuff. I really want to say that to you. And as a psychic medium, and I've been doing this for a long time, and also as an energy worker and healer, we don't have to be ingrained, entangled, entwined 100% in someone else's pain. We can love them and care for them, but protect ourselves and just say, when you're ready to deal with this, I'm here. honestly, give him the space and the freedom to let him sort himself out. You're a lovely lady, Angie. You really are. Okay, you are. You're a strong woman. Go and take a couple of days if you can, or even if it's an afternoon, just to let yourself let it out, be free. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. So hopefully, let me give you a card, Angie, as well. Let me shuffle you a card.
Okay.
There's lots of people that just have problems with communicating. It's difficult. Right, here we go. So it's the turtle. Patient. You can't make it up, can you? Patience for you, all right? Be inspired by the wisdom of the turtle totem, and slow down when you feel you are getting overwhelmed by a situation or emotions. If you rest, you will gain a more grounded perspective. The turtle is telling you to take time for yourself, consider all aspects of a situation, and see where it takes you. There we go. Perfect card for you. All right. So I hope that's helped, Angie. Sending you much love,
Thank you so
darling.
much.
You're welcome. And you can find me on the Modern Day Medium Facebook website if you want a longer reading from me. I am there for that. So another week gone. I don't know where these weeks fly by. I guess I'm just so busy. Before I know it, it's Tuesday again. And I love doing these shows. I love connecting with everybody. It's so enjoyable. It's nice to be able to be sat at home. Isn't it amazing, the internet, connecting all the way across to America, Canada, and wherever it is that we've been taken this evening. So you can find me on Facebook, The Modern Day Medium, my website, The Modern Day Medium. I do Skype readings, phone readings, one-to-one readings, but there's a long way to travel if you're over in America or Canada. So you can find me there. Love. Skype readings work brilliantly well. So for the rest of the week, just take care of yourselves, love yourselves, put yourselves first. If you feel that there's some healing or emotions that aren't shifting, there's a bit of a block, allow them to come up, do some meditation, listen to something that is that has you have a calling for. If you listen to a meditation and you just feel drawn to it, then just know that's the right one for you. And just let things go, let emotions go.